first of all, well, I guess first of all, are you ready to get started now?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Okay. All right. So first of all, you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay. Hi, I'm Cajun Wildcat, or just Cajun. I do mainly Magna stuff. I'm Magna in all 6 elements with no plans to ever go Primal. And I help contribute to the wiki, so a lot of the Magna setups you see on there, either for Guild War or just FAs, I contribute, and I also do testing of various things on Twitter.
Okay. So, I needed you to introduce yourself because I gotta ask, why the heck are you taking Magna?
So there's a couple of reasons. I think the best one currently, though, is Earth is a very expensive element to go primal.
That's fair. That's very fair.
It is by far my favorite element, just because I feel like it's one of the elements where, at least currently, and more so the past couple months, the difference between burst and HL content has kind of it feels very different, and so it feels very nice to be able to experience both sides of the game content with very different playstyles. But that said, that's also a double-edged sword because it means you have to have completely separate burst stuff and completely separate HL stuff, especially if you're going primal, which is very expensive.
Yeah.
Part of it is also that I'm of the mindset that if I were to theoretically go primal, I would only want to do it when I could do the very best setup for everything, which means that I would want to have everything, any possible thing that I might ever need before fully investing in primal, which is an insane thing to want in a game like Grand Blue.
That's the same
especially
way I am.
as a new player. Like, I've been playing for 2 years at this point.
Okay.
So, like, in terms of account age, like, I'm still relatively new, and so there's a lot of just older things and long-term account things that I just don't have yet. Like, I only recently got my 6 Dragons trophy and my M2 trophy.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, for 2 years, that's really freaking good. A lot of people that have played longer than that still don't have that thing, so... Yeah. Okay. So going off the Magna thing, I don't, and I'm sorry we never really got to schedule this. My week has been freaking terrible, bro. Especially for Grand Blue, this game's been really on the back burner for me. But I don't like you're the first Magna guest that we've done on the pre-Guild War Ramble, because usually I just focus on the primal, and I always say freaking let the Magna leak, bro. So first of all, I'm gonna open the stage to you. Do you have like any setups that you want to show off, or do you have anything specifically Magna related you wanted to talk about before we jump into the primal stuff and like the characters and summons? Because like I play Magna like when I try and make a video for it, like if I'm trying to show somebody how to do something, but besides that, I literally don't touch it. And the other thing about Magna too is we haven't gotten like our odious stuff yet, so it hasn't really changed since like M3. So there's not really anything like super updated. So I mean, I think it could still be useful if there's any like grid building advice or like weapons that you're like implementing, maybe like, because I know like another thing with Magna 2 is you still have primal like available to you, so like you can always like try and grab a primal thing. So is there anything that's like you found that you've been able to use, like, I mean, PNS is old at this point, but like in a PNS style where you can just grab that and then throw it into Magna and use that too? Like pretty much I'm just giving Magna completely over to you. So whatever you want, whatever you want to say about it or show about it, just let me know.
I have a couple parties that I've already planned out.
Okay. So you want to show those?
I'm actually, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Pretty much everything except for 200 I'm like ready for.
Okay.
And 200 I'm terrified of.
Okay.
Not having the safety of Olivia Terror is like, I don't know what I'm doing this Guild War, dude. It's cooked.
So let me see how the heck do I do it, bruh. I think it's this one. All right. Do you have can you stream? Oh, you already got it. Okay. All right, let me see how to taking do this crowd. This.
Yeah, you mentioned Odious. I'm very surprised that we didn't get Earth Odious.
I think a lot of people were. I think everyone was pretty much betting on one of the Odious was going to be whatever the Guild War was going to be. So once we figured out the Guild War, we thought we knew what the first Odious would be, but that is not what happened.
Surprise! Nope.
Yeah.
But to be fair, with at least with the way Water and Fire Odious were, I don't know how much it would have affected Earth. Yeah. At least until like 200, 250. Because Odious currently seems very much geared towards HL options. Especially for Fire, which actually have good Ogi weapons now.
Yeah.
Water, every time Water Odious gets brought up, I'm depressed that they got progression on one of the weapons, which is like my least favorite weapon skill ever.
Don't you love? Well, I guess never mind. I was gonna say, don't you love taking Leona Axe? But that's a primal thing. So, whoops.
I mean, I keep up with primal at least for Earth. So
yeah. Is that taking visible, bro? You guys know I suck at taking OBS. I'm gonna just put this like. Well, I guess I can take out this part too at the top, and then I can make it a little bit bigger. Oops.
I'm worried about Dirt Odious now, though, that it will just be similar to Water. Because the big thing that Magna Dirt's missing is Tempering. We have like no skill specs.
Yeah.
Bennu Bow and Sieg Axe are like our only source of skill cap.
Yeah, it's kind of
so like. If you ever see me defending Bennu Bow in 2026, it's because of the fact that it still has 20% skill cap on it. That's it.
Okay, there we go. All right. I think that's good. Does that look okay? Can people see Cajun's stuff?
It's good to me.
Okay, cool.
So yeah. I think the biggest thing that's like Magna oriented, at least to me, and I said this when she came out, is Berceau. When this character came out, I remember primal players being kind of disappointed that this passive was A-side, which basically means it doesn't stack with Heldens. And for Magna, it means it doesn't stack with Echo Key, because I think Earth Magna still relatively likes using Echo Key on Opus.
Yeah.
Now, I forgot up until very recently that it also gives triple attack, which I think is the bigger part of it for Magna, honestly. Because the other thing, aside from skill specs and a lot of elements that Magna is missing, is good TA weapons. So characters who provide TA are great, and recent testing, this passive is 30% TA.
That's good.
And then she also has this skill, which gives stackable TA up to 20%, and it double casts and auto casts when she has this buff. So in terms of very quickly getting team TA to complement someone like Raziel, who just gives you 50% and then like usually don't need much more TA, Berceau can very easily fill the rest of the TA requirement to make things consistent, and she provides that passive A-side echo, so you can run Extremity Key on Opus. Or something else, like Sagacity. So, character who probably show up in Magna setups, and absolutely not at all in Primal setups. Which, I think is very funny, because I feel like occasionally I hear people ask if there's any characters who only work in Primal. And I feel like there's more cases of characters who like work specifically better in Magna than they do in Primal. So
I mean that's like, I don't know, I guess that is kind of like a interesting thing, because I remember when Berceau came out, I was like as a Primal player, I saw her kit and I was like, this actually isn't that bad. But then like you said, the Echo thing came out and it didn't work with Heldenhymne. I'm like, okay, well, never fitting her in. But it's like it's good
Yeah.
that you actually get to utilize like I think her kit's like decent. Like it's decently
It's
usable.
pretty good.
So it's like I'm glad it actually gets to get used, and it's not just one of those characters. It's just like she's a potential woman. Like she actually has purpose.
Right.
Which is nice.
Yeah, especially when she's very obviously meant to go with Olivia.
Mm-hmm.
The buff requirement to get her passive is single-handedly covered by Olivia S2.
Mm-hmm.
So all you have to do is press Olivia S2 and then this activates, and then she's helping Olivia triple attack, which again, Magna needs help getting Olivia to triple attack to get her S2 reset consistently on turns.
Mm.
And then this only lasts for 5 turns, which is about the time that Olivia S2 reset comes off. So like they have very good synergy. Honestly, the most annoying part is that using them together is that they face opposite ways in the portraits in the party.
Well, you gotta set them back to back.
Thing.
Is now
no, they should be facing each other. But and then for Guild War, like she has a dispel and hits an enemy special attack, and then 10k shield and HP regen and 20% armor. Like this skill is honestly probably going to save a lot of people's FPS in Guild War as well. Of like, it's just kind of you get to coast while that skill is up.
Mm.
Yeah. So, anyways, I actually am very happy that I'm getting to use her even. My Nightmare 95 setup is 1 summon 2 buttons, so only adding 1 summon to Primal, which I was very happy about.
Yeah.
And we see the first instance of what you mentioned earlier of grand weapons usable in Magna.
Mm-hmm.
I am recently a very big fan of I won't say all resonators because the HP ones kind of suck. But at least Landslide and Clam, I think, have fairly decent usage in Magna. And the main reason is because the damage cap that they provide is a separate stacking thing than normal damage cap, right? Because it's damage cap.
Oh yeah, the special, yeah.
And at least for me, and burst setups, the main thing you always want more of is damage cap. I feel modern characters and grids, you get so much raw damage that you're just trying to cram as much cap in the grid as possible. So getting a separate stacking frame a cap is really good. And mine is barred because I'm a weirdo. But I mean, it is completely usable as 0-star. And the other thing is Earth's Magna staff options like suck.
Yeah, they sure do.
So
yeah. Especially if you cut out like Antheria book 2. Like
M1 staff with what is this, medium attack and Ultima, and that's it. Yeah. We'll get to Bhaisa Weapon. But, so for Neko, which is been like the premier burst class for like NM95 and boxing for Earth for a while, like it's nice to use Landslide even if it's 0-star, I think. And the 3 weapon requirements very easily met by single-sided Exaltos or Sieg Daggers, which are like basically all you run in.
Yeah.
Burst grids. I've recently been using Sieg Axes more in burst grids, mainly because they give the normal attack up or normal attack cap up. So again, just trying to get as much cap as possible, especially in Lilia setups because you get Assassin.
Yeah.
And then the
damn, bro, you sure this
summons
is Magna,
are yeah, I was gonna say recently I found myself under fire for no longer being a relatable Magna player due to my summons. So sorry about that, but it is I held this opinion the first few years that I played, that summons grids you can kind of make up for, right? Like primal grids will obviously do more damage. The biggest differential for me has always felt like summons. Particularly Providences, obviously, with how much unique effects they do. But even like, I think people forget, who have been playing a long time, forget how strong having a fully uncapped Primarch summon is.
Bro, I don't Bruh, I get you, dude.
Like that damage cap, it's noticeable when you're trying to replicate even another Magna setup versus fully uncapped or not uncapped or not having a copy at all.
Yeah,
but yeah, so I can go show this. I don't know if everything's on the right keys or not, so
it's okay.
Might not actually do enough.
If something fails, I trust you. We have your Twitter. You post like everything on Twitter anyway. So.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's on Twitter. You can go find it on my Twitter. I was very happy with Versusia making this work because it gives the 5th buff Berceau needs to get her buff.
Oh my god, this is seeking DY all over again with the ticking wing.
Oh yeah, the buff counts.
Yeah, for Sumaibito.
Pretty much. Yeah, so it's a little short, but I think I'm on Sagacity Key and CA Destroyer. So
yeah, I know that too. So I get you there.
I'm finally able to do Versusia at like a acceptable level for myself, so I've been trying to do that a bunch.
Good.
But yeah, so I'm honestly very happy that this is only one extra summon than Primal.
Yeah.
And I know people memed on it last year, but like Sieg Dagger crits are kind of Earth Magna's burst now.
Yeah. I mean, they were
it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, much to the begrudging of Primal players, I remember. It'll be interesting to see with Kaim Transcendence, though, if we do go back to Kaim backline burst grids. I feel like it'll be a bit harder because of Destroyer wanting 280 and Versusia or Bubs being such a strong main summon, but we will see, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they could, because they, for some reason, they feel like it feels like they're like flipping Kaim and Lobelia back and forth. So like Kaim was in the back, Lobelia was in the front. Now Lobelia's in the back, Kaim's in the front. So maybe they swap it again.
Right? Yeah.
Next time, I don't know.
Oh man, yeah, that's another thing. Like we didn't get Odious, and we know that we're getting Kaim Transcendence, but we're not getting that before Kill either.
Yeah.
So 150 is pretty easy. Or sorry, 95 is pretty easy. I have a 0 button 90 setup. I don't have it saved because I redid my parties recently because DY was redoing them, and then I didn't remember to save a bunch of them, so I have to go remake them. There's like 10 or so parties that I just deleted without thinking. But anyway, so and then this is my 150 plan currently.
Okay.
And getting into
Bennu?
I'm sure we'll have a long discussion about Bennu. This guy who the main thing, as everyone knows, is a stupid passive for the 1 turn wide open, which does stack with Versusia wide open. So both of them combined is like, when I saw what Versusia did, I was like, okay, so my plans of basically burst being take 2 turns with turn 1 just setting up Bennu's thing and then bursting turn 2 is probably going to be what 150 is for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And like this guy's great, except for the fact my biggest complaint of this guy is that he stops triple attacking after. It's just terrible, Uriel, but again,
literally, this dude literally has the same tiki kit.
S2 gives Echo, S3 is double stripe triple attack for 1 turn, and also has a super long animation. It's like we never left Uriel.
Yeah, autocast is seeking S1 too.
Yeah, exactly. Autocast the S1. Now for Primal has the easy thing of you get Heldens, so your crit.
Yeah,
like
that was my question when I saw Bennu. Is how's the crit work? I mean, I guess it's just Makura.
It's pretty much just Makura, yeah. Which really sucks, and basically means that if you don't have Makura, I think Bennu loses a lot of value in Magna simply because I don't think I have a grid saved of it.
I gotta pull out that Teaking Sword,
but
bro.
to do double-sided, you have to, or single-sided, you have to do 3 Alexial Axes to get 100% crit in grid.
Okay.
And then because you're doing single sided, you need your 3 Exalto. So imagine this middle row is just Alex axes. All you have left is main hand, Opus and Destroyer are going to be here, and then one other grid slot. Like it's terrible. Recently, Kane, FLB did give him team-wide crit, so Kane technically works. Where is he? Zestu gives crit now. So like this is a nice change because before it literally just was Makura that gave team-wide crit.
Yeah.
So if you didn't have Makura, like Bennu was completely dead team. Now you at least have Kane. And at least for Guild War, I think Kane's like a decent full auto character. Like his S4 will be very nice for people for Guild War. It's just that Premier setups won't take long enough to utilize it.
Yup.
So the other thing is, despite being fully invested in Earth as like a premium Magna player, I don't have Hrunting still.
What the what do we wait. Like, what do we mean? What do you mean by that?
I hadn't spent any gold moons until after Roulette ended in beginning of this month.
Really?
Yeah. Because I didn't want to fully commit on anything until like I was absolutely sure. And my thing with Hrunting has always been like, less so now because of Fighter Origin Versusia, but before those, to me, it was always just a do more damage illustrious in the sense that it just made MC do more damage. And it kind of didn't really do anything unique as far as enabling new setups outside of Glorybringer assassin stuff. But to me, it wasn't enough to like really want it. For the longest time, I've always wanted Andromeda more.
Yeah.
So I didn't have enough gold moons to buy both Andromeda and Hrunting and Sierra Versusia because I did not get lucky and I wasn't doing multiple sparks.
Yeah.
So I Sierra Versusia, bought my Andromeda, and accepted the fact that I'm not going to have enough gold moons to buy Hrunting for Guild War.
Honestly, any flame I had for you dissipated because those were good business decisions. I'm not gonna lie, especially in this economy now. I mean, we'll talk about Hrunting more later once we get to like the weapons and stuff. But with the way the game state is right now, I think your decisions are fine. And somehow you've been making it work, and you still thinking mainless Ellie without Hrunting. So, hey, kudos to you, bro.
I think people give Hrunting a little too much credit. Like, it's good, don't get me wrong. Especially Magna, because we're using Sieg Dagger still. Like, you get that echo always now, where it's Primal having to drop Sieg Daggers. But I think more so than any other Illustrious, people assume it is like the fix-all Illustrious of like, your Earth sucks, you get Hrunting, all of a sudden your Earth is good now.
Yeah.
But anyway, so for Burst, Mana Diver, everybody knows Mana Diver is great. I have beef with Mana Diver of how good it is, and mainly because of this skill.
Yeah,
like this skill just turns MC into Hrunting, and then you get your Mino auto nuke as well. Yeah. So, like it's a button press, yes, but like it's a very strong class. It just gets to emulate Hrunting for 2 turns, which if you're doing optimized burst, like 2 turns is really what you're doing anyways. So this team, once again, using Berceau, we get enough team buffs that she just passively gives. She fixes Bennu's TA for turn 2.
Good.
And we get the echo, and she doesn't need any button presses, so like awesome for optimized burst. And then again Makura because we need the Bennu crit.
Yeah.
This main hand is for TA as well. It gives 20% TA when you do Secret Triad.
Oh, I see.
It also does do damage amp, so that is also nice as well. And then fairly standard grid of single-sided 3 Exaltos, and then the special Sieg Axe is because with Special Awakening, it basically maxes out normal attack damage cap. If I had my Destroyer on normal attack cap as well, that'd be 19. But again, like the name of the game, at least in my eyes, of Burst, is just maximizing as much cap as possible. So, like that's why that's a Sieg Axe and not a third Sieg Dagger.
Mm.
And then slightly more relatable summons because we have to take 2 turns. It is funny to me that I've seen a couple people run Shushuku backline even in Primal, just because we have no other good backline raw characters.
Yeah. I saw a Kuwataro setup the other day that was doing it, and it's mostly just because like some of these setups don't press buttons, so like Lobelia doesn't really do anything. You're not playing Came Grid, right. So he doesn't do anything. The only other person that's like kind of good is like Diantha, who gives like the cap on MC. That can be useful, right. Or like Manamel for the one crest plus whatever the skill specs are. But yeah, I have seen Shushuku show up a bit.
So this is a 2-turn, I think 7+1 setup.
And it's for 150?
Yeah, so for 150.
Okay.
I'm relatively happy with it. I think it has a little bit of... I think it'll be slightly short in practice, unfortunately, but my Destroyer... I also haven't uncapped my Destroyer, or my Commander of Destruction all the way. Destroyer.
Oh, okay.
So I'm hoping that fixes it, and if not, then I'll just put in Orologia and suffer as I press Orologia S1 and it takes 10 years.
Well, it probably, at least the Destroyer should help, because you're I think you don't get the key on everybody, right? Until you fully uncap it. I think it's only on your MC. So that
No, I have it 5-star. I misspoke. I meant Commander of Destruction.
Oh, okay, so okay.
Yeah. Actually, this reminds me of a good thing to bring up. So I feel like Makura is also in a bit of a weird spot for Burst currently with Versusia.
Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, bruh.
Something comes out that wants triple attacks, and all of a sudden, Hrunting's looking a little more desirable because our best Burst character is unable to do triple attacks ever.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it though, I mean, I could rant on this for a while, so I'll keep my part short. But like, even if you have Hrunting though, that's still only 4 characters. Unless you have someone else who double strikes, which I mean, I guess for this you can use Bennu. But like,
right?
It's like I told people this. I told people this so many times when Makura came out, and people thinking laughed at me and they thinking joked about it. They're like, "Oh, AJT just wants everything, bro. He wants her to triple attack." It's like, no, you're thinking dumb. If anything comes out where you have to triple attack and you're not using Hrunting, or even if you are using Hrunting, it's just like, you're cooked. It's just not. It's not good future proofing to not have her be able to triple attack. But anyway, I said my piece.
And I pretty much agree, where it's like I was bending over backwards to make sure Makura's and Bennu teams already because of the crit. Now it's like
they're stuck together.
Doing that, then I have to run Mana Diver for Wild Magicka.
Yeah.
Or do Glory with Master's Edge, but Glory kind of sucks in Magna. So you don't have any good main hands. But yeah, so I'm relatively happy with this. I think it's like 29, 30 seconds.
That's good, yeah.
Refreshing, so... And I finally have a justified reason to have made this stupid Mana Diver CCW.
I have seen... You need to talk with Wyvern in my Discord. He might be in the chat too. That guy swears up and down by this thing. He uses a lot of wind.
In wind, interesting. It's a fun weapon. I've used it in Dark OE actually.
Really?
My daily FAs use it, and MC for Horus. MC does like 12 mil Ogies followed by like 13 mil Agatura nukes.
Also Sataring based.
So like, yeah, it's a fun weapon when it works. It's just that the Overtrance buffs can be dispelled, and the Secret Triad buffs aren't like super great. The Wild Magicka and the S1 buffs are literally pointless most of the time. So it's an awkward weapon. That being said, I could make 2 of them off of how much EMT I've done for testing that stupid raid.
Relatable.
I know you've done your own rants on, but man.
Yeah.
They
Bro,
give us the worst raids to farm.
you know, right before this stream, I was testing something else for it. Yeah, bro, it never ends, man. Never ends.
But yeah, that's the two main teams that I have prepped. I have no idea where it is.
Also, someone asked, "Are you free to play? Are you like a light spender?"
I would say I'm a light spender.
Okay.
The first year that I played, the only thing that I bought was the premium pass, just for the extra daily raid hosts as like a catch up thing. I stopped buying that this year because I didn't.
What the heck?
Like I needed the extra raid hosts. Although sometimes I do regret it because I know there's infinite sunstones in that shop. So I've thought about getting it just for the points to buy sunstones and not even do my extra daily host, but I'm like, nah.
Yeah.
And I buy scams. Last year I bought a fair number of scams, most notably whenever it was a water scam to try to get Yatima.
Oh, okay. Did you ever get her?
I did finally get her in the December scam. And I'm so thankful because so going back to the part of the reason that I never spent gold moons was because I didn't have Yatima and I really wanted Yatima as a summon because like even amongst the providences, like it's a functionality that you just cannot replicate with anything else.
Yeah.
Like there's no other way to call two summons. The other providences, aside I guess from 000 instant omen cancel, like you can get away with not having bubs in burst by doing extra turns or whatnot. Right? It'll be worse, but it can make do, whereas Yatima just functionally lets you do completely unique things.
Yeah.
And I also didn't have Holiday Naru. So those were like my two big gold moon possibilities of Searing both of them in preparation in Guild War. Thankfully I got lucky with the December scam, and then I got lucky enough with roulette that I was like, I'll just spend the rolls to get Naru on the 3% all holiday banner. Oh, okay. Which, considering that I had to end up searing Versusia, I'm very happy worked out. But and then I think I have the 250 team that I have apparently misplaced, but it's basically it's the same as the big Kumato one, where this slot's supposed to be Bhaisa, and it's just like very low button press and do 2.3 billion damage in like 9 turns or something. Yeah. Granted, Magna is gonna have to take like probably 3 or 4 more turns, but I'm looking forward to that working just because it's gonna be so comfy. Yeah.
I remember the last like when we first had 250, the Andromeda stuff was really nice. It was fast, and all you had to do was just spam refresh and just wait on lockout. Yeah. So I'm hoping it's like that again.
Pretty much. I saw somebody ask what skin I'm not using. I actually put out a tweet recently about this. For Glorybringer S1, the notoriously slow skill, Marva is basically the only skin that actually makes it go faster to a noticeable degree. So for Glorybringer specifically, Marva is really good. Marva is also really good if you're only pressing one skill on MC, because people use the Rising Force, or not the Rising Force, the Rising Sword Skyfarer one, because in full autos or when you're pressing multiple MC skills, it's better in the long run because it basically it waits less time whenever it does like debuff or damage pop-ups before doing the next skill. So over the course of multiple button presses, that one is better, but if you're only pressing a single skill, Marva is actually faster. People use the eyeball skin, the ugly COVID Bucon skin, when you're not pressing anything on MC or anyone, and all you care about is asset load time, because that has the smallest load assets of any of the MC skins because it's just a ball.
Yeah, I was hoping you would see that question because I was I was like so that's a non-Cajun follower on Twitter, because if you follow Cajun you would know this man just tested all that stuff like last week.
Yeah, I very recently tested that. It's honestly very funny to me how much that blew up too, because I tested that I used Glorybringer for my Wind Burst to farm artifacts in M3 Yugi at the beginning of the week. So that's why I was testing it. And then I was like, oh, Earth Guild War's coming up. I guess Hrunting people probably want to know this.
Yeah. I'll be honest, lately this is just like a side tangent. I kind of stopped caring a little bit about the speed factor on some of the stuff, and I've just been using whatever I felt like. Like it's been like a year or two that I've been using the speed, like the Ramble versus skin on Mana Diver, and I finally changed that off just because I wanted to use the base Mana Diver skin. I think another thing that helped with that too is I started playing Grand for whatever reason, and his thing on those skins, he has like this little thinking like wait time, so that didn't really help. So I was like, bro, why am I even using this if I don't thinking if it's not even gonna be fast anyway? So I just started having fun with skins recently. So I've just been using whatever I feel like. But yeah, I know speed is still really huge.
That's completely
for a lot of
fair.
people.
I think a few too many people care about speed a little too much in Grand Blue.
Yeah.
But like I use the Yorha skin on Mana Diver normally because it has the pod.
Yeah.
So I like it as like it still technically looks like a Mana Diver skin in a way.
I've been using that skin too because I figured out Gran has a Teaking flash step for some reason. That like large sword that Jita has, that's just a flash step on Gran for some reason. I'm like, what the heck is this? Dude's out here flash stepping. So that joint's sick to me.
He won a little bit.
Yeah, he definitely did.
But yeah, I've been meaning to do a tweet comparing the Gran and Jita Rising Skyfarer because, like you said, Gran for whatever reason has this stupid ass hop that is really slow before he presses any skills, and it's like it's honestly insulting that like they put that on him when Jita Rising skin is like one of the fastest.
Yeah, and they didn't fix it. Well, they didn't fix it with Rising either. Like the Rising one doesn't really change like anything for it. So it's like they're both the same, the Versus one and the Rising one. So it just kind of whack.
Unfortunate for Grand players.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty much all the teams that I have planned. I was playing around last night with trying to adapt Big Komatu's Sumaibito 200 setup. I ended up being short enough that I don't think even swapping to the correct keys and stuff would save me. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm also not a huge fan of it because it's an on-element sack for Super Seedalo.
Yeah.
Which is
yeah, a lot of his setups
a
are
little
super artifact
insane.
gated.
Yeah, and then I looked at it, and every character has the artifact where it's like 20% bloodshed for damage cap in 3 turns, which you proc because of Kaim turn skip, and it's like I am not rerolling for perfect
that joint seeking JP Voodoo magic, bro. Dude, if somebody has more than 5+5s on their account for an artifact, they're teaking hacking. There's no way, bro. That joint is so teaking. Or let me rephrase. If they have more than 5 optimal seeking rerolls on an artifact, like 5 different artifacts, and it's exactly what they wanted, they're teaking hacking. That joint is impossible, bro. I still don't have one that I have like a perfect artifact for anything. Literally nothing. I don't have a +5 for anything. That joint is so troll.
I spent I think 1,000 reroll mats trying to get the one for Makura that's the 5 buffs at battle start.
Yeah, me too. Well, not for Makura, it was for someone else, but yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, I'm good. I think I'm done trying to optimize level 5 artifacts. That shit's annoying.
Terrible.
Yeah, artifacts. Artifacts sure are a system.
Alright.
I keep telling myself I'm gonna stop target farming Earth ones after Earth Guild War.
bro, I'll never stop, bro. I've been doing Earth since Artifacts came out, and I don't plan to stop anytime soon. All right, but is there anything else Magna related you want to show off, or is that it?
I don't think so. I guess I'll talk generally about the other premium weapons. So I already said my piece about Landslide. Pillar Driver. I'm a big PNS doubter in the context that I think they're a bit outdated.
Oh my god.
Modern grids.
Go ahead, say yours, and I'll say mine after.
Flat damage boost is nice when you're starting out, but when you're reaching optimized late game grids, it just cannot beat multiplicative damage mods. And voltage is like a useless weapon skill. Outside of, I think the only element is Water Magna, because the Exalto and the PNS are the same weapon type. That's the only time where I'm like, you know what? I'll give it to the voltage believers. That one, you can have that one. And then the damage cap in the past, I think, was a lot more relevant than it is now. M3 Exaltos give you so much cap, like, so easily if you have Magna weapons in the grid that you already reach 20% in the grid. And damage cap pen is not really like a worthwhile stat to go for specifically. So like I think very much so that nobody should really feel super compelled to bar PNSs if you're a Magna player these days. I think M3 just completely makes them at least the uncapped version's not super necessary. Yeah. And in Earth, so many of our grids, especially for Magna players, are Chime still. Like, Chime grids are just still so good. Like, his backline passive is too fucking good for what it is. So that you only need to care about one. Unlike other elements where, like, you maybe want to, like, one Pillar Driver. I only have one. So maybe this is partly me coping with only owning one, but I've never felt like I've needed two. Because the times that I'm not running Chime grids is, like, super optimized burst or super high-end HL stuff where, like, I wouldn't be putting PNS anyways.
So what were you saying you use Chime grids for again? Because I know that's like a topic that even I don't really know too much because I don't really play Magna, but I know a lot of people are like M3 just completely invalidated Kame stuff. I mean, obviously if you're using Kame in the front, it's like you're not going to use one, but like for like full autos and stuff, do you still use like Kame grids, or is it just all M3 like stacking?
For general purpose grids and for like general not like super invested character or players, I think Chime grids are still like completely fine. I think like 0-star PNS. Chrome added this feature and I keep doing it because I like to drag around pictures. But like the core of like 1 M3 Exalto, Mark 2 Sieg Dagger, Mark 1 Sieg Dagger, you know, your Opus Bennu bow, Pillar, like you can very easily fill a Chime grid with still fairly good weapons. And to the point where like I don't think it's until you start, at least for me, like it wasn't until I got Destroyer Weapon that I started moving away from Chime grids, mostly because of the 280%.
Yeah, that's fair.
And because even like before I got my Destroyer Weapon to 5-star, I never used Fa 0 keys because I'm not really an HL player. My main thing is I like making consistent, fast FAs for content you can actually FA.
Relatable.
So I just never had an abundance of Fa 0 feathers that I felt comfortable enough swapping keys on things in case I ever wanted to swap back to non-Fa 0 stuff. Which is mainly Echo for my purposes, but yeah. So in that context, like it wasn't until Destroyer that I ever worried about 280 in grids. And my Chime grids were still like, for my point of progression in the game, I think pretty much the best or like second best of what could be done at the time. Yeah. And with what I had.
Sorry, I guess
nowadays
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say nowadays my daily FAs are at the point where they're basically just glorified burst grids.
Yeah.
So they've moved away from Keim grids a little bit. But like EMT, I think I moved away for that too because it's just shorter. But like my EMT, I ran Keim for the defense part of his passive because that raid just shreds through you even with LE switch.
Sure does.
So like M3 is good, don't get me wrong, especially if you're doing Ogi, like being able to do double M3 fists for the Ogi specs is really good compared to only doing one and like Galleon gun, which sucks.
Yeah.
But I think for safe FAs, I think Keim's still fairly good. And like completely respectable and usable still. And like we said earlier, he's getting Transcendent soon. They're almost certainly going to get upgrades to their backline passives in some fashion. So
yeah,
maybe we'll see a large resurgence of Keim grids.
Yeah. All right. I think was there any other, we were talking about premium weapons. That's how we started on that. Was there any other premium weapons?
Oh, right. Premium weapons.
For Magna.
I think Pillar and Landslide are the big two. I think the only other one would be Bhaisa staffs now.
Really? But what's going on with that?
So, which are in a really weird spot. That boils down to, unless you're an absolute weirdo like me who insists on not going primal and still playing Magna, I don't think they're worth borrowing.
Okay.
Which feels bad to say because the NA and skill impalements I think are actually really good even in Magna.
Yeah.
It's just that like CA the Fa 0 CA key was already so niche. Like this alone wouldn't have been good enough, and then the fact that these echoes are unboosted sucks.
Yeah. Sure does.
My Octo only gets 1 mil echoes when he's hitting 20 mil Ogis.
Oh my god.
So it kind of sucks.
Yeah.
And I've tried to test them. I've been doing Hexa solos, and I think the most relevant part of them is that you still do get the echo, so it is still a hit count. And that's honestly the most relevant thing. But
yeah,
for normal people, like it's just not worth borrowing for the hit count alone.
Yeah.
I do technically run 2 in my Versusia team only because, and this is the only notable case of the echo still being worth it, is that my phase 1 Versusia team, everyone's hitting hard cap. So the echo is a damage increase over any sort of other raw that would just be going into hard cap more. So that's like the only use case.
Yeah.
And it's why it's so weird because we have the character who's the best at hitting into hard cap on Ogis and can do it multiple times a turn. So and every fiber of my being's like, I want this to be good, and I want to be able to say without hesitation that, like, yeah, 1 is usable for people, but I really don't think it should be.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was surprised when you said I had seen it. I don't know if it was Twitter and Discord or something. I had seen you using them, so I was excited to see what you had to say about them. But yeah, I know a lot of people are like thinking Ogi 1, heck no, in Magna. So
it's a little rough.
Yeah.
That being said, the character that comes with the weapon's great.
Bro, I thinking love her, dude. I think I love Bhaisa
so much.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about with Magna stuff?
No, I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll say that's it. I won't go onto a big soapbox on Magna in general.
Okay. All right.
Save that for another time.
All right. Okay, so let me know if there's anything else that you think of that you want to show. I'm gonna swap my screen back so I can get the the chat on the screen. But okay, so we'll get into thinking. We'll move into thinking primal weapons, and then we'll go into thinking our summons, then characters. Oh, now we can start with. I'm trying to think if it's even worth to talk about. I mean, I guess Destroyer still matters. I guess I should just bring it up for like these first like rounds. But I talked about it with DY in that one because it was like he was the first one that they were new in. So I think people kind of get the deal on them now. So there's not like a lot of stuff to go over on these. But I mean, these are Deacon strong as crap. they're strong as crap, especially for Guild War now, because not only are they like damage increase, their hitting increase, they're taking a key. They're also like a draconic for like the extra grids, so you get like the reduction. So they're just seeking really strong in general. Is there anything you had to say about like destroyers that's just not, that's not just they're good?
I'll reiterate what was mentioned during the DY one last time, that the skill third key is currently the worst one, simply because the amount of skill hits you need where the supplemental outmatches the supplemental gain from NA or Ogi is like, we just don't do that many skill hits in any element in any team reasonably.
Yeah, I was talking about that on stream the other day, where it's like we were trying to compare, because we saw one video that was an Earth setup that was using the skill one, and I had remembered I had asked DY on one of his streams about it, and he had helped me calculate, because he's like the math guy, so he had helped me calculate like how many skill hits you needed, and I was like, okay, well maybe, we have Shalem now, we have like Luo pressing S1s, we got like Bhaisa throwing out 12 hit nukes. Maybe it's actually useful now. But the thing about it is that team also goes up with the amount of Ogis that they do as well, which makes the Ogi one like that much better too. So it's like, it's still just not really worth it for the skill one. It's really hard to use that one. I mean, it's not really hard. I mean, you can use it, but it's really hard to justify that one over the other two.
Right.
Oh. Yeah, I completely agree.
The other thing I'll say is that destruction damage is really strong. And to the point where I think before I came up with my current NM95 setup, I think I was using destruction without activating the third key, so still using Ultimate Grid for Seraphic, and Destroyer just for the echoes was a damage gain over any other weapon I could put in that slot.
Yeah.
So they're crazy. I mean, there's a reason why water can do off element EX plus for like every element, because of how good the destruction echoes are in Flurry.
Yeah.
Skill might be good in Fire Ogi now. I did see that Fire Ogi does like 60 or 70 skill hits.
That might not be enough either. Because I think when we calculated it, it was like, I think you needed like, on our team, well, I don't know how many Ogis Fire does, but I think on our team with like 8 Ogis, I think you needed like, it was around like 87 skill hits or something like that. It was like 87 or like 97 skill hits. Like you need like a lot. So I don't know how much Fire does, because I haven't. I used Ticking, what's her face? I already forgot her name. Ticking, the new Zodiac. I used her literally for a raw, and I've never used her for anything else. So I haven't done anything Fire Ogi related lately. But yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
No, I do remember seeing somebody else mention that for Fire Ogi.
Anything else to say about Destroyer though?
No, I don't think so. I hope Lancer Origin is good and lets us use it main hand to save a grid slot, but that's about it.
Nah, dude, I got the weapon for you right here, hey baby. All right, so let's circle back to your Bhaisa staff, because she's the latest thing. So Bhaisa staff, this thing, like, I mean, it's like these weapons are thinking kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie, because like they're really good, but like it kind of goes into like, and I'm starting. I think I'm starting to understand now that it's literally just. I think like I've said for a while that Earth is like a fucking jack of all trades, master of none, and I think like. I mean, I think it's kind of starting to master Ogi, I'm not gonna lie, because that joint's seeking strong as crap. But like, I think the thing about it is Earth right now, and you mentioned this when we first started talking, is you essentially want two setups now. You want an Ogi setup and you want like an auto base setup. And I don't think like you can mix and match them, but I think it's like almost always better to just focus on one. That's what I'm starting to think. Because the thing about it is like I mentioned testing esoteric earlier, and one of the things I was testing was a mix of like Bhaisa staffs and Heldenhymnes. But the thing about it is I think if your team like with this weapon now, with Bhaisa weapon now, if your team never auto attacks and they only Ogi, like just drop Heldenhymne. I don't think it's worth it. I think you just do 3 galleons and then run this and focus on like skill damage. Because the thing about it is Heldenhymne, and we'll get to that Teaking next, but Heldenhymne takes up so much space because of the Teaking medium crit on it that it's like it's hard to actually get your damage where you want it to be, even with so many different parts to the grid. So it's like, I think you just focus on one or the other. It's like you run 2 Bhaisa staffs with 3 Galleon sticks and like 2 Rolanders, or you run 3 Heldenhymnes with 2 Medusas and like 2 PNS or something like that. Like, it's like you do one or the other. You don't mix and match those weapons, I feel like. But that's just based on what I'm starting to realize personally. But I don't know. Do you have any input? I know it's Magna versus Primal here, but how do you feel about this weapon just in general?
No, I pretty much feel the same. Like, I've definitely seen... It's funny, because I think 3 Galleon save Primal grids were kind of a meme when I started the game. And that was, like, even before Sieg Swords, and then Sieg Swords came out, and it's like, why would you ever run 3 landslides?
Yeah.
And now, like, I think some of the best Versusia teams I see are doing landslides instead of Heldenhymnes, because basically what you said of our element is cooked in terms of good crit weapons.
Yeah.
And to the point that 4 Heldenhymnes are being used in burst when the weapon came out, people were like, "No, 3's max. You're not gonna use that 4th." And then Records of the 10 came out, and somebody did that 4 sword grid for whatever the equivalent of an M95 fight was in that, and we're like, oh shit. All the Primal players collectively groaned as they realized they have to go back and spark a 4th one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think somewhat related to what I said about wishing that we or that the skill and NA ones are better for Magna. I think the most unfortunate part for Primal is that you don't get to use Impalement for burst.
Yeah.
Like, Impalement is such a good weapon mod that the fact that you don't get to use it in burst just kind of sucks. Yeah. Because the weapon does literally nothing but the Impalement in a burst grid, and that's just not enough when Heldens needs so many crit weapons in the grid already.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same way as with water too, where I've said for a while that I think Heldenhymne and Ilsa gun are like our equivalents to the Impalement for like burst. But the thing about it is it's still not Impalement though. So it's like, it's good.
Right.
Both of them are good, but they're still not actually Impalement. So those still have like give and takes to them. But
Yep.
But yeah, it does suck a lot that you just can't use this in burst. I did want to mention one thing for what Sil said. There is some crossover with this weapon and like the Medusa things now with taking with Versusia. But the one counterpoint I will say to that is, even though that joint does a lot of taking damage, that is like almost 1000% because Versusia is busted as crap. It has nothing to do with the Teking grid per se. You only got those Medusas in there because you got to go Teking single sided, and that's the only way to hit 280. And then Versusia plus your Teking Ogi spam team just like goes like crazy because that normal amp ain't doing crap. So yeah. It's like, and you're technically you're also getting like the HP and like the Exalto, like the actual modifier on the Exalto, so that's helping you. But it's like realistically, if you didn't have Versusia main, you would not be using that grid. That's my point when I say like you don't really want to cross them over. But I get what you're saying though. But okay, so anything else to say about this weapon?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Good weapon for the content it's made for. It's just that the content that it's made for is relatively niche in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I will say I remember when Ogi. Okay, I have a little bit more to say. Hold on. So I do remember when this first came out. Okay, but even going back before this came out, I said for the longest time they're not gonna make an Ogi one. They're not gonna make an Ogi one. They're not gonna make an Ogi one. The reason why is because seeking an Ogi one would have been dumb as crap is if it was like a carbon copy of all the other ones, because the Ogis hit hard cap and there was no reason for this top skill to be taking supplemental. So the thing I came to the conclusion with before like Sylvia came out was I pretty much said the only way they make an Ogi one is if they either change how like Ogis work, how the hard cap works, or they do something like weird with it, or if they do like an echo, and we got the echo. So that made it like a lot better. And then Sylvia came out and it had the echo and it was like, okay, they're doing stuff in water, but I'm not gonna lie, I was still a little bit skeptical. Like I still kind of held fast to the belief that I'm like, okay, Ogi with this, it could be pretty good. And then we started getting like Lich and Luo and it was like, okay, Ogi's looking a little bit better. It's looking a little bit better. Maybe this won't be so bad if we get the Ogi one. But I think honestly, it wasn't until like Teking Bhaisa came out that I was sold, bro. And we'll talk about her later, but like she sold me on the Seeking Weapon because Bhaisa and Ogi stuff now, especially with the Andromeda, is really Teking strong. And that weapon puts in a lot of work. So it's kind of like the same thing where you said where it's like it's more of a niche pick, but in those niche, it like really Teking excels now. Like it's really strong in Teking Earth. Earth is really good with that weapon. So that's my last Seeking statement on it. All right, I'll go back. Well, actually, forget about Teking Medusa. Heldenhymne. Heldenhymne. Oh my god. Topic of the year.
What a Teking weapon. Let me start off by Teking ranting, bro. I gotta start off the Teking medium boost, bro. Why? Dude, oh my god. This is another thing like Teking Makura, bro, where I got flamed to Teking the ends of the earth, bro. Everyone was like, oh my god, AJT, he just wants everything. He just wants a big boost. He's seeking stupid, bro. Why is he not satisfied? Can he not see how good this weapon is? It has like everything on it, bro. And the main thing, I always said the weapon's fine. The weapon's good. It's just, why is it Teking medium boost, bro? It's so like the reason I've come to the piece, quote unquote piece I've come to is the reason why it's like that is so that you compare it with Galleon Staff. Because Galleon Staff wants Teking 3 of something to work, so you run 3 of these because of the medium boost. I get that. But like if you're not using Galleon Staff, or heck, even if you want to use Galleon Staff, there's no room, dude. There's not enough room in the Teking grid. It like medium makes it so hard. The fact that even just 3 medium of these together isn't enough to hit 100% crit is like, bro. It's like also the thing about it too is if you pair this in a grid that's not using Exalto, you're chopped, bro. You're cooked because it's just like you don't even get the Exalto boost because a lot of elements they would be okay. And I mean Earth is the same way. If you play a manual grid, like when you or not manual grid, auto based grid, like the Exalto with it is fine. Like that works out. But if you don't use that Exalto, now all of a sudden you've got to fit a 4th crit weapon in there. And that joint half of the time you can't use that either. Because if you try and use like a Teking, I don't know, bro. Like if you use like not a big mod that cannot work out too. So if you don't use like Anthuria Book or like Golden Knight Spear, your crit can still get messed up. There's been so many, because the other thing is you don't use Uriel half the time. You don't use Uriel in your backline. You almost always, if there's one backline spot, you almost always try and prioritize Lobelia because he helps your team way more. But Uriel is a very important boost for getting your crit to 100%. So if you don't run Uriel, you end up with 90%, 99.45%. Why do I know that number specifically? Because I've seen it like 50 bazillion times. It's like it's rough, bro. It's rough. Medium crit is not good, bro. It's not good. I don't care what anybody says. It's not good. It's not good. But anyway, that's my rant. You got anything to say about this weapon?
It is funny that you bring up the Exaltos, because before this weapon came out, it was very funny watching Earth Primal be the only element where it's like, you ask somebody, how many Exaltos do I need? Most other elements, it's like, it's 2 almost assuredly.
Yeah. And
then 3 is like situationally useful. Yeah. You ask an Earth Primal player before Helden came out, it's like, 0? Like, we have an Exalto, what do you mean? And then this weapon comes out and all of a sudden, because trying to hit the crit requirement, especially in single-sided grids, it's like, wow, Medusa corals are finally getting used after so long, them being absolutely memed on.
Yeah.
And I think it's really funny.
Yeah, it didn't help either that they also got like HP on them instead of another like more useful stat, which also didn't really come into play either until you started using this weapon. For some peaking reason, this thing has minus 10% defense. Still don't understand that. I still don't get that, bro. I don't. This weapon is good, but it ain't worth minus. I mean, I guess it is worth minus 10%, but I don't know why they put that joint on there. I don't know why they put minus 10% defense on there. It's such a weird thing for this weapon. I don't get it.
Actually, that reminded me. The Majesty on the Exaltos was giving Cap a little bit of grief last night when he was trying to test that Super Sidala sack team.
Oh, really? He had too much HP.
The Exaltos in for the Heldens, and then your Exaltos have HP on them, but you're trying to get an all-element character as low as HP as possible.
Yeah. Yeah,
which is like such an absurd fucking thing that we have to consider.
I will actually, now that I think about it, I will go back to the minus 10% defense, because that reminds me, there is some, and maybe this is what they were going for. There is some logistical reasons behind that, because either sometimes you get like a little bit more charge bar if you're getting hit. Sometimes you just actually want to get hit for certain reasons because you want to keep, like, for example, let's say you're using like Sarasa and she's bordering between green HP and not green HP. Like, this defense can help her get into that kicking red. So it's like sometimes, I don't know what it's like this weird thing where it's like advanced enmity tactics. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like back when I started the game, it was just like, oh, you want enmity, just seeking use Zoe and just go into 1 HP. But now it's like they like kind of want you to play enmity in Earth, but it's like they don't want to just give you a character that just enables it. So they just make you take a little bit extra damage so that you can stay there. It's like really peaking weird. But yeah, that is the only thing I've noticed with the minus 10% defense, especially when you run like 3 of them, because you get minus 30. So it's like you're actually taking more hits that can play into certain setups, depending on how much damage you actually take. So yeah.
Yeah. The Sarasa thing is funny. My old Whamdis FA, I used to have to run Draconic in the grids purely for the HP, so she'd have enough max HP that she didn't heal out of red on the turn 1 after countering. So yeah, that has given me grief. And it also with the Rein, him taking damage and getting charge bar in the first 3 turns. It helps a lot, I imagine.
Yeah.
In fact, I would like it because whenever I've tried to use Rein in Levy M3, and my first 3 turns he takes 0 damage.
Hey, well, that's part of my plan.
I don't even have that many defense buffs on him, and he's taking 0 damage, and I'm like, my charge bar, this guy's gonna take forever.
Yo, that's the reason why mine has to fucking call Uriel. because I need that charge bar gate, and I need that initial charge bar. So yeah. But yeah, I mean that's what I mean, where it's like some kind of weird, they want us to play enmity, they don't want us to die, but they need us to, be in certain HP thresholds. I don't know the math behind it, but I think that's the reason. Like, I want to believe that they didn't do that just to screw us over. I feel like there's something on the back end that they had in mind for that, but I know it can be really kicking annoying, especially, again, we got, between you and me, we're going to bring up esoteric like 50 times on this crap, bro. Dude, there's so many times I've tested a 3 Heldenhymne grid and I've gotten hit with like 90k taking fire damage at 75% because I just have minus 30% defense. It's like, bro, like, what the heck? Yeah, but, dude, I feel like we just been thinking ransom. We barely even talked about this joint. This joint thinking, it has echo and it has crit. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
So it's good for the auto base grids. You use three for the most part, but as you mentioned before, people are running 4 for like single-sided stuff because, I mean, you can use other crit weapons, but like low key, this is just kind of like the best thing in a lot of scenarios for the single-sided. It's just to run a 4th one and max out your crit that way, and also get like your echo is close to capping too. Plus you get the thinking, I don't know if the amp maxes out single-sided with 3 or not, but you might need 4 for that too. So yeah,
I think you'd probably need 4.
So that's the those are the Heldenhymne uses. Do you have anything else about this weapon?
It's nice that it's a sword. It counts for the sword passive of Glorybringer.
True. That is very
true. So 4 Heldens and Hrunting is your 5 weapons for the cap.
Yeah. And then you also have Medusa katanas too that also help, but I mean that's overkill at that point.
Those are katanas.
Yeah. I remember back before Medusa came out, I was like begging. I was like, it's gonna be a sword or a katana, because back then that's when everybody was saying Siegfried for the longest time. They were like, Siegfried's gonna be the next one. Siegfried's gonna be the next one. And I was like, okay, at least if it's gonna be Siegfried, he should come with a sword or katana, and that can help the Glorybringer stuff. For some reason Medusa came out with the freaking katana, but I mean it all worked out in the end. But yeah. Okay.
It is also funny to me that both Magna and Primal are using Sieg weapons as their premier build options.
Right.
Primal
for
got
some
Sieg
reason,
swords, Magna got Sieg daggers.
You can tied to that dude for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah. Okay.
No, I don't think anything else about it.
All right. So I guess let's go backwards to Medusa in that case. She's the next most recent. So. Don't get me started on the character, but the Thinking Weapon, the weapon, I mean, it's not terrible nowadays. I think the biggest, honestly, this weapon, it ain't bad. It ain't bad nowadays. Because the thing I was going to say is the main issue, and this does still kind of suck if you try and mix and match them. Like if you try and mix and match Ogi with Heldenhymne, it still kind of sucks because you just don't, you're not getting your Exalto boost to help with that crit. But the main grievance I had with this weapon originally was, unironically, the normal attack amp was like okay. I would have rathered Echo, but it was kind of like it was okay. The main grievance I had originally was the HP thing. But then Heldenhymne came out, and not only did that help with the normal attack stuff, but it also helped with the, like, this helped with the survivability that Heldenhymne takes away from you. So I was like, okay, that's kind of okay. But then we got to the Ogi stuff and we started running Ogi a lot, and it was like, okay, this weapon kicking sucks. But then we got to Bhaisa, and it's like, okay, well, we just don't need the Exalto anyway. So it's like, now I'm at a point of peace, I think, with this weapon. It's kind of sorted out all its issues. It's taken a while, but it's kind of sorted out all the issues that I initially had with it when it first got released. So yeah, is there anything you had to say about this weapon?
No, I pretty much already said it earlier. I mean, what you said as well. It took a while to start getting used, and it was very funny to watch from the outside. It's like it was the most memed on Exalto of like, yeah, you can go Primal without an Exalto and you're probably fine.
Yeah.
But it is nice to see it finally start to get used. to the point where I feel like they already had Helden in the production or in the ideas when they released this.
Yeah, I agree.
And they knew that it would probably take a while before it started to see use. So
yeah, it also helped that Helden was not like our premier like Guild War weapon, so we didn't have to wait like a year. We only had to wait like, I don't know, like less than a year, because Heldenhymne came out like May and Medusa was like what, like August, September the year before, I think. So it wasn't like a super long time to wait in between them.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I don't really have much else to say about it either. I mean, it goes with Heldenhymne now, and you use it in auto base grids. So, I think that's most of the like more recent stuff. Now, there's one thing I got a Deacon touch on. You PNS haters, bro. I got a Deacon. Usually I'm okay just saying, you know, PNS is PNS. Let's move on. I got a Deacon bring this joint up for you guys, bro. I have a saying that I say: double PNS always seeking comes back. It always comes back. Now I will agree that I think the pack, or not the pack thing, the voltage, I think this is starting to drop off. Now, another thing I've said for a while is I think PNS 2 is on the way. But I do think this voltage is kind of starting to fall off because you just kind of want a different mod. And it also doesn't help that this voltage is with a Theking Fist, and most of our stuff that we use is not Fist. So it doesn't really get used like that much. So it kind of drops off even more. But the thing I got a Theking rant about, bro, I'm telling you right now, well, let it be stated, bro. You mentioned this before too. Damage cap, bro. Damage cap and supplemental. I'm telling you, the reason why these weapons always come back is because everyone always, it's like a repeating cycle, and it's so funny for me to watch because it always seeking happens. I swear to God, people always, whenever a new raid or people start speed running a raid starts happening, people always start with like just raw damage. They start with raw damage, or they start with like more defensive stuff, and slowly they start to realize, hey, I can't do any more damage. Hey, I can't do any more damage. And then all of a sudden, hey, this damage cap kind of important. Hey, this supplemental kind of important. That's the only way to get your damage over what you're just seeking maxed out on from like the characters and buffs and stuff like that. So that's the reason why double PNS, in my opinion, always comes back, because that's always like, it's always like the height for damage. Assuming you're not running like, I guess like Ogi stuff. If Ogi is not like your optimal thing, it always comes back to the Theking supplemental, bro. You always need that supplemental, or you need that cap. You always need that to be able to push the damage. So that's my Theking case in defense of PNS. Is there anything else you want to say about this weapon?
No, I'm nothing too major. I think the damage cap, I definitely agree on. Of like, I think people vastly underestimate damage cap, and because the way that, I won't super get into it, but the way that damage cap is applied to your damage in game is not linear, and it's not like a single thing. So even if you aren't like fully saturating whatever your damage cap is, increasing your maximum damage cap does technically still result in more damage, just because of the way that works. And I think people vastly underestimate how much raw damage they get, especially if you're pressing buttons from characters that give damage increases.
Yeah.
And I would agree about I think it's interesting because PNS does have a different use case in Magna and Primal. Because Primal doesn't have very many sources of generic damage cap. It's like Fa 0 keys, and of attack awakening grand weapons, and then PNS.
Yeah.
Whereas Magna has it on Exaltos, which we're putting in every grid.
Yeah.
Preferably like 3, which, like I said earlier, like easily maxes damage cap in the grid. So for Magna, the damage cap really doesn't matter, but in Primal it's a completely different story where like PNS are still your main source of generic damage cap.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that when you said it before, because I hadn't really thought about that, because again, I don't play Magna, but now that you bring it up, I wonder if that's the reason why they even did that in the first place, is just to make it so that like you can use PNS in Magna, but it's not like, because I almost wonder, like, because when PNS first came out, people were just stuffing that joint in Magna, and there was a lot of flack where it was like, hey, I'm thinking Magna, why do I need thinking X Primal Weapon? But it's like now you kind of need it like less, because you can use like the M3 stuff. So I wonder if that's the reason why they put that stat on there, or at least one of the reasons why they put that stat on there.
I definitely appreciate that they put that stat on there, because like aside from Exaltos, the only form of like farmable damage cap is someone mentioned in chat the ROTB weapons. That have that despite being farmable are primal boosted, so you're putting in a Magna grid only for that damage cap, which I will admit I did do for a long time with Baihu Claw in Kime grids, even after M3 launch, because like you can only put one M3 Exalto in Kime grid, and that's not maxing out damage cap, so I was running Baihu Claw for more damage cap. I did forget about it though, but also Celestial Weapons, which 5-star Uncap and Awakening, I think I've started to see them more in Primal grids again. Yes. I feel like up until that came out, Primal like pretty much never ran Celestials, and it was mostly a Magna weapon.
Well,
just because it offered so many different stats.
Yeah, I will say,
one of which being damage cap.
Earth was using it because they needed that Tekken TA, bro, because we ain't got no TA. So we were using it. And another thing that also helped with it too was also that pretty much for the foreseeable past, we've been taking more damage than other stuff. So it's like either we're taking more damage with Heldenhymne or we're taking more damage with C like dots. So the defense and the HP was actually kind of useful for us before as well, if we could fit it, which is also another thing I wanted to bring up with PNS. The one thing I will say that is a detriment to PNS and Earth is there is no Tekken space. A lot of times there is no space unless you're doing like a purely auto comp, because there's no Tekken space. There's no space to put it. So even though it's good and you may want to use it, there just actually might not be enough space, especially with, I guess let's tie this back into the Celestials again, needing to Tekken survive. Sometimes you actually just need to bring like a Celestial or like a garrison weapon just to survive. So even though you want to bring this because of the damage cap and supplemental, you can't, because you have to live the raid. And it's just, it's hard to do that. So yeah. Okay. Anything else for PNS though?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. All right. One other weapon I wanted to bring up, since I was talking about space, is Seeking Worldender. Worldender is really Tekken good. And I said this a lot in the past too, that like skill damage is ridiculously strong. And especially with us having not only characters in like Ogi base, we got stuff like Baija, Tekken Luo, Lich, Shalem, but in auto based stuff, we have stuff like Tekken Olivia, we have MC nukes, we have Makura. Makura benefits huge from this. Like a lot of those setups that have like any type of auto nuke, you really want at least one of these weapons just to have a little bit of that supplemental stuff. So this weapon also gets used a lot. It also has Seeking TA on it. And we need TA, bro. So this weapon unironically gets used like a lot. Like it's still really, really strong to this day, at least like bare minimum one. But a lot of 2 grids are popping up now too because of Ogi stuff. And it's like that's kind of like a really good like extra slot, is just to run 2 Worldenders. So anything you have to say about Worldender?
Yeah. I'm jealous. It's like the one primal weapon that I'm incredibly jealous of.
Yeah.
It's tempering and TA. Like, oh my god, they could never give Magna anything.
Yeah. It is very strong.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, what you said, the best teams of either normal attack or CA are usually the best because they cheat skill damage.
Yeah.
And Grand Blue's kind of gotten to a point where, like, there's normal attack teams and there's CA teams. There's not really skill damage teams.
Yeah. Unless you're
in
speaking
modern
wind.
things, it's like yeah, unless you're wind. But even wind is like you're proccing it through CA for Katsuya.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Right. So it's never like the. I think the closest thing would honestly be like Dark Mana Diver with like Lich, Satyr, Magus, kind of stuff, because that stuff just procs. But outside of that, like no element is doing a pure skill damage team that ignores CA or ignores NA specs as well.
Yeah.
So at least in World Ender's case, having triple attack on it, I think does a lot of lifting for it. Of like this will stay relevant even in normal attack teams where you want consistent TA. And the tempering is obviously a very good skill, but like mostly a bonus on the fact that you get to run TA with it as well. Compared to if you're doing something like just tempering and like garrison, where all of a sudden that's less useful in auto attack setups necessarily.
Yeah. It's so funny. We're talking so much about this TA. This TA is seeking small, bro. Not medium, not big. It's not even like a weird one like Amino where it's like plus 20 or something. It's literally just seeking small. God, We're just begging for scraps of TA, bro.
Salivating over crumbs. Because it's so bad. So bad to the point where like, oh man, who was it? It was either Dengaku or Quattro put out their Guild War video recently, and they put multi-attack Awakening Ichigo in a Magna grid for TA, and I'm like, man. Why are we doing this? Which, granted, honestly, barring and caging and Ichigo for multi-attack is something I've considered multiple times in the past, but like, I've kind of come to terms with it. Like, it's not worth it. It doesn't do enough, but
I mean, it's kind of useful. I've used Ichigo a decent amount. I do feel like nowadays though, you probably could cheat it a bit with the Celestial too, depending on the team. If they actually like, if all your characters actually do benefit, or at least the characters that need to benefit from it, benefit from it. That could be useful, especially with like the attack awakening. But I think the other thing with the Celestials, I think Celestials are still in their infancy when it comes to that awakening, because a lot of people are very hesitant to use their mats.
It's expensive.
So a lot of people haven't done as much experimenting with that. But just knowing the numbers of stuff that I've seen, I'm like, that Celestial could be kind of good in certain scenarios.
Yeah.
So,
for sure.
Anything else to say about World Ender?
I hope Earth Magna gets an odious weapon that is just World Ender.
Honestly, they might, because
Tempering and Fandango, please say
they kind of need that joint, bro.
But good weapon.
All right. So I want to go over this little gem right here, Mirror Blade Shard, because this thing has actually seen some use. And the reason why I want to follow this up after World Ender is because it's kind of become a mini World Ender at this point. Now, like when this weapon first came out, or when its awakening first came out, it was like pretty much purely attack-based awakening. But when PNS came out, it kind of just outscaled that, and then this weapon kind of fell off. And then this weapon kind of came back now because, again, with the Heldenhymne stuff, you need crit, and this thing has the small baby little crit on it, but it also has HP. It also has this big mod, but it also has skill damage. So a lot of times you can run a comp that has like 3 Heldenhymnes, and instead of doing 2 World Enders, you do 1 World Ender and then this weapon. Because again, when you're running like the Ogi based comps, if you're using Heldenhymne, you're probably not using the Exalto because it doesn't do anything for the Ogi stuff. So you end up running this for that last crit slot, and it also helps out your skill damage in that comp. So that's the reason why you started to see skill damage Mirror Blade Shards show up, is because the Heldenhymne stuff. Now that being stated, as we said earlier with the Baizha stuff, now that Baizha exists, I don't know how much of the overlap there's going to be with Heldenhymnes and Baizhas existing for Ogi teams now. So it may fall off again. But it's just, that's the reason why this thing exists on skill damage awakening, and you might see it for different teams now. It's for the Heldenhymne stuff. Is there anything you want to say about this one?
No, honestly, I'm surprised it made a bit of a comeback with the skill awakening.
Yeah.
Honestly, up until then, the only time that I had seen this used was DY using it as a main hand for Mana Diver Magna. And like every time he'd bust it out, I'm like, please just use Sieg Dagger. Just kill faster and just use Sieg Dagger so the dot's not a problem. Figure something out. Stop using this thing.
Yeah.
But it's funny that was it water that also a weapon recently, like the meta awakening for a grand weapon shifted or something?
I don't know. I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't think what even has awakening.
I can't remember it off the top of my head, but whatever weapon it is not important. I just think it's interesting that they release 2 awakenings for things, and usually like at release one is always considered the better option, but as time goes on, like we see these shifts of like all of a sudden, oh, the other one is like way better now.
Yeah,
because whatever the functionality of the first one that people started using just like got replaced by another grid weapon, and all of a sudden the second one's good now. So
yeah,
it's funny to see it be a longevity thing that's like almost accidental in a way.
Yeah. Well, bro, I'm gonna stop you, bro. I've said it before. I think side games is smarter. I think side games is smarter than you think they are, bro. I think they low key. I think thinking I've talked about this. This is super side tangent, but I've talked about this with One Piece before, where I think a lot of stuff Oda doesn't necessarily foreshadow stuff in his story. He's able to look back at stuff and be able to like fill in the gaps going forward. I think side games does the same thing. I think they see like, hey, seeking skill damage is not being used on this seeking weapon. This could be useful if we introduce, this, or this could be paired with this and something like that. And I think that's how you kind of start seeing resurgence of seeking weapons like that, where it's like, I think they realize what they already have in the game, and then they try and plan stuff in the future around potentially using that other stuff as well. That's what I think they do. But I could be wrong.
Yeah,
I could be giving them too much credit.
No, I think that at least has to be somewhat of a design space for side games with a game running as long and with as many things in it. Like I think that's a sign of good game design and planning, especially with how complex a game like Grand Blue's grid system is.
Yeah,
like being able to look back at things already existing. I mean, sort of related to the Corals and Heldenhymnes, even of like.
Yeah.
If they didn't already know that they had Heldenhymnes in the pipeline when they release Corals, and then they release it, see people aren't really using it, it's like, okay, what's a way we can make this viable more so to catch up to every other elements, Exaltos.
Yeah.
So no, I 100% agree with that view of side games design.
Okay. All right, let me see. Is there any other Tekken grand weapon? Trying to think. I don't know if there is. Heck, let's just seeking, bro. There's too many Tekken weapons in this game, bro. Anything in here? Leona. Oh, Tekken landslide. Oh, did you have one that jumped out to you?
It's not grand. I was gonna ask. I know you were testing Rein's weapon. I think Montana asked you. I don't remember what your answer to that was. So the conclusion of testing Rein was.
Yeah. So I mean, Rein's weapon is kind of teeking. It's kind of teeking weird. I'm not gonna lie, because it's like normal attack damage cap, and then it's got like this random healing cap, which I've kind of been able to use it. But the thing about it is, it's just, at least for Heldenhymne, like auto based stuff, it's just worse. And I never tried 3 Heldenhymnes with a 4th instead of a 4th Heldenhymne, but I tried 2 Heldenhymnes with a Rein versus 3 Heldenhymnes, and the Heldenhymnes were better. So I assume that it's the same thing for the 4th as well, where it would be better to run a 4th Heldenhymne over this, which in my opinion, this weapon feels like kind of the same type of thing as the Mirror Blade Shard. Just instead of skill, it's more auto attack based. So it can be useful in a grid where you are running 3 Heldenhymnes already, and you need an extra crit weapon, this can be useful, especially because it has the healing cap, so it can keep you alive.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my main thing with this weapon. I think it's potentially useful, but I think it's like super niche. It's one of those things where I've experimented with it, like unironically going back again, thinking esoteric. I've used it for the esoteric stuff because I need that healing cap to try and stay alive. But besides that, nothing like crazy with this one. PH.
Okay.
You see. Oh, speaking Galleon Staffs. So you talked about Galleon Staffs in Magna. They're still useful in Primal, but I think they are pretty much like Ogi weapons essentially. But I guess technically you can use them as a main hand for like Necromancer stuff too. Like if you're doing Necromancer Heldenhymne, because you'll run 3 to 4 Heldenhymnes and then just main hand this. So that can be useful because it is one of the actually useful staff main hands, like you said before. But I would say for the most part, you're mostly using it in Primal for the Ogi stuff, and you just run 3 of these. So they're still good. Still good. I guess technically too, you could use them. I mean, I guess that's mostly just Necromancer stuff again. So yeah, mostly Necromancer, burst stuff like that. Where you just use like one for a main hand, or you use it for Ogi stuff. Anything else to say about Galleon? Sorry, before I move on from that one.
No, I tried to make the Ogi work of like have MC do Splitting Spirit with Wild Magicka up. Yeah. Because the Cant attack doesn't, if you have double strike, the Cant attack doesn't apply the same turn that you Ogi.
Oh, okay.
But it was just better to have MC double strike normals, unfortunately.
Okay. I do see Sil, so I wanted to go over. I'm trying to think if there's any other ticking. I kind of want to do like a this is what I'm looking for skill. I want to do like a crit corner, bro. Crit weapons in general. There's some so like ticking. I'm ignoring the seeking bamboo sword, bro.
Oh my god.
Do you have something to say about the bamboo sword?
Just that I've seen people posting setups with it a bit in preparation for Guild War, and I'm like, this is not it. This ain't it.
Yeah. So thinking, Golden Knight weapon, potentially an Ogi. I think if you use 2 Heldenhymnes and then one of these, it can be useful. But this weapon still kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie. The only thing see, and the thing about this weapon though is like for like a split second before Bhaisa came out, I had an epiphany. The epiphany was, hey, when you're doing Ogi stuff and you're doing the Heldenhymne, this weapon actually ain't too bad, because it's one of those things where it's like when you're playing with like amp, you want to hit as hard as possible to amp that damage. And this actually helped that Ogi like stay consistent, because I noticed one time I tried to play Versusia with like a crit comp with Heldenhymne, and I took this weapon out, and all of a sudden my Ogis weren't hitting as hard anymore, and I started failing like 8 mil stuff, and I was like, what did I take out? Seeking Golden Knight weapon. And I was like, oh my god, the CA damage is actually important. But then they released Bhaisa, and now it's like, okay, well, it's back to being trash again. So until this gets like an awakening, maybe, it's still kind of whack. I'm not gonna lie. You have anything?
I wouldn't be surprised if it got an awakening for Annie, this upcoming Annie.
I mean, it should be on the list next. I don't think there's anything else that doesn't have an awakening for us. I think this should be like the last one. So yeah, hopefully.
So we'll see what that is. Hopefully it's good. Yeah. But yeah, what you said about the CA specs, I had a recent thing too where I was like, CAs do so much damage. I don't need that much CA specs in grid, and then I take out half my CA specs, and all of a sudden it's like, oh,
it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, I know
that stuff.
yeah,
that stuff's kind of important.
Yeah, everybody talks about, oh, it's so easy to cap out Ogies. Yeah, if you can take out a little bit of that Ogie spec, bro, you'll see how hard it is to cap an Ogie now. TK, yeah. Taking Wyvern mentioned taking Baihu Claw. I've never used this joint in my taking life, bro. I mean, I guess technically it does work. It is medium boost and it is big boost. So, and I actually did see someone had tagged me in a video in the replacement video I made that they had made a setup that was kind of like a copy of mine for the new Odious raid, and they didn't have a Heldenhymne, like a fourth Heldenhymne, and they used that instead. And that setup's still thinking fast as crap. So, I mean, I guess it could be useful. I guess it could be useful. I've never really used it myself, but I guess it could be useful.
Oh. I think it's only saved by the fact that it's skill level 20.
Yeah.
I feel like that's doing a bit of heavy lifting there, but yeah.
True. Okay. Thinking Anthuria book. So Anthuria book, this one was a bit funny because recently thinking DY brought me on because they were trying to update the wiki for like the priority on stuff, and this weapon I think right now it's in like priority for high level or something, or like low priority or something. But the thing about it is this weapon can see use in like high level and like auto based stuff. I would say it's more preferable in Ogie stuff, but the thing about it is this can also be useful to fill in like a missing Heldenhymne slot essentially. But the thing about it is it's like, at least for my testing, it's like almost always worse damage than just running as many Heldenhymnes as it takes. But it can be a useful replacement because again, it has the crit, it has the stamina boost, and specifically this thing has the big crit, so it can help make up for the medium crit that Heldenhymne has. So if you need like, if you're at 99.9% or something and you're not at 100, this can push you over into that taking 100%, which can be nice. So this weapon pretty good. I would say I've been using it a lot less now because again, this is kind of almost the same thing as the Cerestus, where this was getting used a lot in the Ogie comps with Heldenhymnes because you needed that crit, but now it's like, well, you need that crit without also having Exaltos in the grid. But again, now that Bhaisa exists, like I just don't run crit. So it's like, this kind of drops off for me. It's not as useful anymore. But do you have anything to say about this one?
I think this is the most common Helden replacement I see in setups. Which is funny because it's tied to a holiday character. So I'm surprised that not many people have her. I guess she's like one of those notorious holiday characters because she gets used for off element stuff. But
yeah.
It's also, I've also seen it used most notably this last week for Neko main hands instead of Galleon Staff. If you're doing Helden stuff, you use it as Neko main hand.
Because it is a staff.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's fairly popular currently.
Yeah, people definitely still use that weapon. The Ticking Tiger weapon. So this is like the Ticking. It's like you've got like 50 different crit weapons that are all like medium crit that do like slightly different things. so like this one can be useful because technically this one is kind of like it's kind of like the Kukuro box where it's like Ticking. You get supplemental if you get like a crit hit. So if you get 100% crit, you get like a little bit of supplemental. So you can kind of make up for a not having like a PNS in the grid. You can kind of get a little bit of supplemental off of this. But the main thing for this one, besides just the crit, is that this one plays into like the skill side of things. So you can use this for skill related things if you need that, which I guess can also be another kind of fill in for the Skill Awaken Mirror Blade Shard, where I feel like for the Mirror Blade Shard, I think sometimes people will bring that not only because it has the big boost, but also because it has HP on it, so you want to survive. But you can use this as like kind of maybe more of an offensive option, assuming you don't need the HP. So this weapon can also be useful. I also did see, I think it was Komatsu, some setup he had, I think he was main-handing this because he needed a fist. So he used that for the crit plus, you know, all the other stats, and it was a fist.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think one of his early 200 setups on Sumaibito used this as main hand.
Yeah.
When Heldens came out and people were looking at what crit options Earth had, I remember thinking that this would be a lot more popular than I think it's ended up being. Maybe I'm a little biased for arts as a weapon skill because again, Bennu bow has it, and I'm the biggest Bennu bow fan. But with I guess in the context of Primal having World Enders as a weapon that you want to run anyways, the arts loses a bit of value in those situations, and maybe it'd be more popular if craft was better, but like it's such a low supplemental that it's kind of yuck.
Yeah. I will say one little thinking tidbit about this weapon that's personal for me. I've had this thing maxed. I had 2 of these for a very, very long time. A very long time. I have 2 of these because I remember back when Sidala first came out. My friend Rather had told me back then, he was like, that supplemental might be kind of good, bro. It might be kind of, this was like I said, this was back when Sidala came out. So I've held on to like, I mean, I have way more than 2 now just because how much I can whale on this game. But I always held on to the 2 because I was always a low-key believer in this weapon because of what he told me back then. So yeah, I've been holding on to this joint for a while. Anything else to say about this one though?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. All right. Next on the Tekken Crit Corner, I'm going to ignore Hercules because, I mean, I guess you could use it for some stuff, but nobody really uses that. Tekken,
if you're spending moons on a crit weapon, Amino's better.
Yeah. So Tekken, I'm also going to kind of skip over Vicky's Sword. Vicky's Sword and Tekken, even though it's a crit weapon, Vicky's Sword and, by extension, Tekken Makura Spear. This thing. They have both
the blow weapons.
Yeah. They're both kind of useful, but they fell off with Heldenhymne because the blow doesn't work with Heldenhymne. And that was like their main draw. So they both kind of just fell off and you don't really use them a lot. So let me go back to Tekken the Crit Corner. Laguna.
I did find it very funny Makura released with a blow weapon as a character who cannot.
Yeah, funny. Funny, nice joke, bro. Nice joke. So thinking Laguna Spear, I've used this joint when I was doing esoteric, my like taking most consistent esoteric comp, bro. That joint used this for it because I actually used that craft. I needed that crit and the big attack. So I'm a fan of Laguna. I like Laguna in general. I like her Tekken character. I think she's cute. But also the spear, I'm a low-key believer in this. I don't really know where you use this a lot nowadays, though. I'm not gonna lie. That was a very hyper niche usage that I used it for. But yeah, anything to say about Tekken this thing?
Nah, nothing really.
Yeah, that's fair. I will mention, since you brought it up, taking Amino and to a lesser extent Sphere as well. Both of these weapons, they are crit weapons. You can use them for crit stuff. For the most part, though, you only really use them if you really need TA. That's the main draw of both of these weapons. Like, you can use them for crit, but you're not gonna just throw them in a grid purely for crit. It's mostly you're looking for the TA. That's the reason why. So I think that's mostly it. I mean, Gaybolg is here too, but that we'll say that for next Earth Guild War, bro. After Lancer Origin makes it mad good, then we'll say that for next Guild War. Where's Mjolnir? Thinking returned. So I did well, okay, before I move on, is there anything else you want to say about crit related weapons before I move on from the crit stuff?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. I did want to mention, I'm looking at it right now. this weapon. So this weapon has been kind of useful a little bit. I don't know for like Guild Wars specifically how useful this will be unless you don't have Andromeda. But it's kind of nice. It's kind of a nice weapon, I'm not gonna lie. So
I'm a big fan of this weapon nowadays.
I actually like it.
When it first came out and people were doing Diaspora host setups with Omni OG with it, I was a bit of a doubter.
Yeah.
Mostly because those setups were using that stupid ass side story summon that cuts debuff durations. I think was part of the reason. But for the longest time, the EMT testing that I was doing before I got Andromeda was Omni OG with this main hand because it is the best, aside from Kengo, it is the best weapon to have loop in Earth OG.
Yeah.
And the 5-star uncap also giving supplemental CA damage on top of it is just like, it's a fairly solid weapon now.
Yeah.
And especially in the context of Omni OG, the fact that it also cuts skill cooldowns on Omni OG's passive of cutting skill cooldowns means that the uplift skill has like, I don't remember if it's 100% uptime or if it's like 3/4 uptime or 3 out of 4 turn uptime, which makes it really good for just ensuring loop consistency or using characters that provide slightly less bar than I was using. And I ended up liking Omni OG better than Kengo because Kengo's like, you do Ogies on MC, but that's all you do. Omni OG at least has the more utility in manual stuff because the skills are like really good if you use them whenever you need them. And then also S1 gives MC auto nukes on auto attacks and Ogies, and the auto nukes on Ogies actually dispel as well. So you get 3 turns of that, and again, this weapon cuts skill cooldown, so that's up more often. So
yeah,
it's a very good Omni OG main hand, and I think most Magna 200 250 Ogi FAs probably end up using it as main hand.
Yeah, I'm expecting it as well. But yeah, I like it. I remember when it first came out, I was like pretty disappointed because it's like, bro, stop giving me Ogi crap, bro. But like nowadays, like, I mean, I still don't really use it a lot, but I see the merit to it. And if I ever need to use like something that main hands a dagger, this is like in its Ogi base, this is like really, really good now. Like it's nice to be able to fall back to this if the situation arises. So I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
Anything else to say about that?
The other thing,
go ahead.
I have mixed feelings about the 5-star upgrades for the weapons in general, just giving them the 5% cap on skill 1. It feels like such a cop-out thing when most of them already have that 10% damage cap, or all of them I think have that 10% damage cap.
Yeah.
Awakening. The flip side of it though is that once again Magna excels in maxing damage cap and grid now. That main hand 5-star Exo Weapon and Celestial Weapon of any proficiency gets you 20% damage cap and grid.
Really?
So it is like an afterthought of a stat for Magna.
Yeah.
So it's nice, and I do wish that they did something a little more interesting for 5-star uncaps on these.
Yeah, I think people overall were pretty disappointed with. They were just like, it's just more damage cap. What the heck?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe there's something. I don't know. Maybe there's. Maybe it's gonna help you when you get Teking Odious. I mean, once you start running Odious, maybe you run
that's true
less or something, and then that's useful. Yeah. I don't know.
That is the main downside of Odious of whenever I've been theory crafting stuff. Because we're doing updates on the wiki and I'm trying to incorporate Odious on water and fire stuff, and it's like, if you're not running M3 Exaltos, where is your damage cap? Where are you getting this from? And so yeah, elements that can make use of good Exo main hands will definitely be able to, I think, make use of good Odious weapons if they get them, and elements that don't have good Exo main hands are gonna Really hope that they get good CA odious weapons where general damage cap is less important. I see Umikan asking about Y100 hosts.
Oh yeah.
How have you been doing much Diaspora farming? Sorry to go on tangent, but have you been doing much Diaspora farming recently?
I mean, I do it like I farm it. Yeah, I don't host it.
It feels like a war zone out there of trying to find people actually with Y100 instead of beta or alpha failed solos.
Yeah, I think I've had like 5 different like last stands where I'm like, okay, pretty much I'll get to a point in the night where I'm like, dang, I'll just join any Diaspora, and I'm like, but if this Diaspora, it like pretty much I always look for them, and if they don't say Y100, I just don't even join. But it's like pretty much for me, sometimes I would get to a point where I'm like, okay, this one doesn't have Y100, but it looks like it should be Y100. If I join this one and it's not Y100, I'm never joining a non-marked one again. Then I join that joint, it's seeking A, it's seeking B, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm only going back to Y100 now. So yeah, I pretty much it is annoying that I even have to do that extra step where it's like I have to look for Y100, but that's pretty much how I just get around it. I only join ones that specifically have marked Y100. Oh.
Yeah. I joined a Kengo host that didn't say anything. I was like, oh, it's Kengo. How do you do anything except for Y100 on Kengo? It was beta. And I was like, how?
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said too.
If you were Rising Force or Omni OG, I get it. That MC class has skill nukes. How do you do that on Kengo?
Yeah. And the thing about it too, like Sil mentioned this too, like even if you see one that's like Kengo or Omni OG, and it's like, okay, that one's gonna get to Y100. If that person hasn't marked it as Y100 yet, it might not actually be Y100 yet. And then you get like 5 ticking bots that join that crap, and they all ticking mash it instantly, and it goes to A100 before they can get it. And it's like, okay, no, I'm not doing that crap either. So unless it's seeking marked Y100, I just don't join. So yeah, that's just how I am with that.
Absolute state of our raids.
even joining somebody is rough.
At every stage of the game, joining water raids as Earth just sucks, dude.
Anything else to say about this weapon, though?
No, it's
okay.
Oh, actually, I have seen. I don't remember if it was Kohaku or Big Kamadu. Somebody was doing Mana Diver with it in Versusia, and was.
Oh, that's Ahino. Yeah.
Oh, that was Ahino.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. It's like those 3. I never remember which one was what.
Yeah, because Ahino's been trying really hard to get non-Andromeda.
Somewhat respectable. Like it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. In fact, I think it was better than his Omni OG attempts.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a few people. I'm
curious if anything. Yeah, I'm curious if anything further goes with that and how comparable it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
That's it for that.
So I did. I mean, bro, I'm gonna mention it, but I saw Umikan mention it earlier. The Exo Spear, bro. Anything with the spear?
Oh my god. Not really. Like, its most notable thing is the fact that it gives MC passive A-side echo if you're not debuffed, which is like only relevant really for OTKs. I feel like if you're running, you'd rather just run Echo Key on Opus and give everybody passive A-side echo.
Yeah.
Like, unless Lancer Origin is super steroids for MC, I don't think any of the spear classes are worth running just Echo on MC. And everybody else just gets screwed. I mean, it's the same thing as like it's 15% damage cap as a single weapon, so like it's good for that. But I think just use a different class in main hand for OTKs. Honestly, it's fine. It works. Paladin has GTA if you have enough shields, so like
true.
It's fine on that. But I think I'd rather do other things.
All right. I think the last seeking Well, I did want to touch a little bit on thinking. I thought about it. Caintana. We kind of talked about Caintana earlier. Caintana can be useful for the TA, like you mentioned. It still also got some thinking. Like, I don't even mean to just repeat their words, but it has some massive mods on it, which is seeking good. It can be useful for certain setups too. Like, for example, if you do any type of like the Folia bursting stuff to actually get you to hit into that assassin, especially if you're running with like the damage cap and special damage cap, this weapon can be kind of useful for that, to actually allow you to do damage. But this weapon is a lot more niche nowadays than it was in the past. But I did want to bring it up because I do use it sometimes, but it's niche. Anything to say about this though?
I wish the multi-attack value on the Awakening was higher so I could justify getting it.
Oh, yeah, me too. Give me that. Yo, swap these two around, bro. Who needs
like
20% double attack, bro?
10%'s kind of But yeah, I think your Folia NM95 used 2 of them just for raw damage because getting Threo to cap is so hard with Assassin.
Yeah.
So it has merit for that, but I mean, Earth grids are so cramped that, like you said, it's niche. It's hard to justify.
Yeah,
just for the raw.
All right, the last. Well, okay, one of actually, it's not the last thing. It's not the last thing. Okay, thinking. I wanted to talk about thinking the Siegfried Revan weapons, because these daggers. These daggers are still like, they're good. They're good. The Echo is good. And I think like a lot of people don't use the special one for some reason. I've always been a believer in the Seeking special one because
I'm a huge believer of Mark II specials.
Yes, the Seeking. I'm telling you, dude, is the cap. People underestimate the Seeking cap on stuff, bro. It's good.
Especially with Sieg Daggers, these things give so much raw that like if you're running multiple, I really don't think you need, unless you're doing Ellie setups, which I'm fearful that Magna's gonna have to do again, the skill war. Really don't want to, but oh boy. If you have any sort of boost, like these things already have so much raw that I don't think you need to always run 3 or 4 attack ones. I think throwing in a special one for the normal attack cap is great.
Yeah.
And the general damage cap for, I guess if you're doing time primal, probably uses this.
Yeah.
I don't know why you'd be
I mean,
that.
honestly, we just don't have a ton of cap anyway, because it's kind of the same thing with like the PNS, where it's like let's say for example, if you're running like pretty much if you're running like Hrunting main hand, Opus, Draconic, 3 Heldenhymne, 2 Medusa, you have 2 slots left. So it's like that damage cap could be useful in one of those slots, depending on what you want to run for the last 2 slots. So it's kind of useful, bro. It's kind of useful. The skill cap too, and the normal attack damage cap, like it's all kind of useful. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. The special awakening on the Sieg axes like gets you 9% normal attack damage cap. Yeah. You're gonna be running a normal attack key on Ultima or Destroyer, which is 10. So that special Sieg axe plus those is like basically max normal attack damage cap. Yeah, grid, which is great if you're doing a fully auto attack based burst like fully NM95 or such.
Yeah.
And it has the skill cap, which so many mentions of it this stream already of how much Magna is killing for skill cap in any sort of way. And then even in HL uses, like I use these in my Hexa solo grid because of the defense as well. So they're great raw stat 6. They're very flexible. I think the 280 boost Revan's weapons are a little bit underrated overall. So I'm just a big fan of them, of how flexible they can be.
Yeah, I think the axe for primal has kind of fallen off. I know at one point, Ku, he was using he was using an axe. I can't remember which awakening it was, but I remember he was using an axe, and he really liked that when he was back speedrunning Fall Zero. But I think the axe and the dagger have kind of fallen off for Primal, because the dagger kind of just got replaced with Heldenhymne for a lot of places, and the axe was always kind of like a little bit questionable. But they are kind of like, they're just niche uses. They're niche uses, and when they're useful, they're useful. But when they're not, they're kind of whatever.
Yeah.
So, but that being said, though, I do think potentially, hopefully, please, this Guild War Earth Primal will not be spamming like 5 ticking Sieg Daggers. Hopefully, we finally have the tools to be able to use something that's not 5 Sieg Daggers, because that was seeking whack. But yeah, so they're probably still useful though, especially too if you don't have like as invested stuff. These can still be useful.
Right.
Anything else?
If you are the kind of person doing time,
yes,
Primal,
yes,
because you're not fully invested yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, my final statement will be: believe in your 280 Revens. To everyone. Whenever people are asking me how many Sieg weapons they need to farm for Guild War, I'd always mention the axes, and they'd like always basically give me the equivalent of like weirdly looking at me like, "Are you serious?" I'm like, "Trust."
Yeah, I always try and say one attack, one special, and unironically, if you're a Magna, the defense one's kind of good. I never say necessarily you have to MK2 the defense one, but that's a lot of you guys' HP in Magna.
Yeah.
So I always talk about the
100%.
defense one too. If somebody isn't like Primal and they're asking about farming,
Defense is great in Magna. And then especially in Magna 2, like if you're still doing time grids, Mark II Sieg Axe, Mark II Sieg Dagger, different weapons, you still get 2 Mark II attack awakenings or a special awakening in there. Like they get a lot of value in time grids as well.
Yeah. Okay. So this is like partially like not Earth, but it's kind of useful. The Wind World Harp. This thingy gets used a little bit. It gets used a little bit for this amplify, and again that taking normal attack damage cap, bro. I'm telling you, it's all about damage cap. But taking this can be kind of useful. Now the one thing that is kind of making this drop a little bit now, which is the other thing I wanted to talk about in coinciding with this, and I'll just use the staff for example, is seeking Celestial. Now again, these are kind of in their infancy because people haven't been using them as much. But technically, if you use like an attack awakening Celestial, you can get a lot of that damage cap, that normal attack damage cap from this. And what I'm looking at right now is I'm looking at like Necromancer, Raziel, Folia, Dante. Those are all like staff people that would benefit from this, as well as the Seeking Wind World Harp. But it's like, it's kind of like a give and take between those two now, where it's like you can use one or the other for certain situations, which again is mostly that situation when you're using those characters. But do you have anything to say about the Wind World Harp or just like Celestials at large for Earth?
Wind World Harp, probably my favorite World Harp, because water also uses it a shit ton.
Yeah.
And whenever I'm using it in Earth, it means I'm using Sarasa, and I love Sarasa.
Me too.
That said, the setup testing that I've done so far, don't think I've used it at all, and I think the times that I've tested it, it's just been better to run a special awakening Reven's weapon. Which may play out differently. Like testing on the dummy can only go so far because the defense. So
yeah,
the balance of raw and cap gets a little messed up there. And so the World Heart might end up being better in practice, but it's not like so significantly better that I've always wanted to put it in the grid, which is a bit different than how I felt in the past, especially like I said with water, where Magna water burst is all mana diverse staff characters, so like you always want to run it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a good weapon, and rolled harps are good. And especially in 250, if you're doing like some sort of hybrid normal attack mash setup, then it's a great choice for the extra good slots, because if you're doing that kind of setup, you're almost certainly going to be doing Fighter Origin.
Yeah.
And Fighter Origin gets it. So
yeah, and there is a little bit less, like, technically, like, we have options, but it almost feels like sometimes in Earth it's kind of hard to know what to fit into like some of the slots, especially if you're playing on Ellie. Because I think when you're playing like off Ellie, like if you're doing like Fallout 0 or something, it's like you already have like Destroyer plus Draconic. But like if you're playing on Ellie, you just need the Destroyer part or the Draconic part if you don't have your Destroyer. Well, I guess it's kind of different if you don't have Destroyer, because then you actually need Ultima, so then that becomes useful. But if you have Destroyer and you're playing on Ellie and dropping that Draconic, it's like, it's kind of like, what do I put in these last two slots? Because it's like usually you want to put like a Celestial, but then it's like, do I just throw in Caim Spear, Lobelia Axe? Like, what do I do for like that last slot? So that's the reason why this can be like useful in that stuff for on Ellie related things that use extra grids. Yeah. All right. And
as far as Celestials, I do think Celestials are kind of taking the place of like World Harps, where in optimized setups, if you have a 5-star Awakened Celestial, and the proficiencies of the characters match, then I think it is just better, because it has so many more mods and it has a slightly better raw contribution. Yeah,
I pretty much agree. But I think the other thing, and that's the reason why I kind of want to bring them up together, is because, again, like I said a couple times, these are still kind of like in their infancy for a lot of people's accounts. So even though they're probably better in like almost every situation, it's like people don't want to invest. So it's like that World Harp becomes a lot more useful if you're not willing to invest for like that attack awakening, for whatever like burst setup you're doing, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else to say about either of those weapon groups, I guess?
No. But I guess going off of them for use on like extra grids, talk about the Evoker Weapons.
Oh yeah, I guess we could. Okay.
Does when was the last time you ever used Lobelia Hammer?
Okay, I will say that I actually probably use it more than most people. Now,
really?
Yes, it is, because again, that on Ellie last slot. Because a lot of times, like, I'll usually bring Caim just as default because it's extra healing and stuff like that. But it's like sometimes when I play like for example, like if I run like an Ogi comp, it's like if I don't need the charge bar gain on an Ultima, and most of the characters don't really work for like the Ogi like Harp or anything like that. Right, so it's like that's usually like my last slot in. I've actually used it, I think, on one of my Diaspora setups. Like, I can actually show it to you if my game will load. This one. So this one, which is like the Fighter Origin mash thing. This is pretty much, I'm already planning Lobelia for this because essentially my Celestial Axe is not finished yet. But once this hits level 5. What else do you realistically put here if you're gonna take out the Seeking World Harp? So it's like that's where I'm already planning like Lobelia Axe for. So it's like I don't really use it a lot, just because for the most part, if I'm using one of those two weapons, Caim is more useful because it just keeps me alive. But assuming I just need pure damage and I'm not like I need an extra slot, that's where I usually put the Lobelia Axe. So
okay. Yeah. That's fair. I think for me, anytime I've ever tried to run it, it's never been strictly better as a damage option. So I'm just like, I'll just put something else.
Yeah, and I do feel like that's pretty much how it is in general.
Yeah. Or it'll be the the thing where like I just run Time Spear because that regen, like when like none of our characters auto heal and I have to deal with Sieg dots.
Yeah,
it's like that Time Spear, it adds animation time, but if you're refreshing, man, does it feel nice.
Yeah.
And it like, especially as somebody without I don't have Lucy 250. So making FAs for basically anything that's Revan or Mastery Trials, even Odious to some extent, not for the water one, but for fire, and I assume the other ones slightly, like not having the option to just quick call Lucy for healing and also have 30% heal specs.
Yeah.
I'm like starved for any source of sustain in a lot of elements, and the fact that Earth has Time Spear, like I think it is legitimately the thing that made some of my earlier EMT FAs feasible.
Yeah.
In terms of not dying during phase 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually, you bring up thinking EMT again, bro. I was testing out one of those setups. I'll give you the clue in one of those setups that I was testing like yesterday or the day before. It's Octo, Shalem, and Bhaisa for that comp. But the thing about it is I wanted to also bring Commander, and Bhaisa does heal and Andromeda does heal. But depending on certain phases for that, they would drop out of the 80% for Commander. But the Cain weapon actually helped me stay in the HP long enough to get through the phase and then just start healing normally again. So I've actually used the Cain weapon for that recently, like very recently, to try and keep that 80% HP. Yeah, it's kind of nice.
I didn't need to test that EMT team.
It's kind of
worried too, because
go ahead.
Even with Lich giving Ellie switch, like my Lich gets down to like 30% HP during phase 2 even, and I'm like, I know Bhaisa heals, but
yeah,
man, I feel like I'd have to put on like fire resistance draconic if I wanted to run that in Magna, and that doesn't sound fun.
Well, yeah, I think Magna might have. I can actually show you the team that I was working with. The reason why I wanted to try this team is because, and the reason why this team does so much seeking damage per turn, that joint literally cuts like 4 turns off of what I normally do. It's because not only Bhaisa staffs, but this comp can actually use Versusia too. So you're blasting through. So even though I might take more damage without the water switch, I literally just like, it literally takes me from 75 to 50%. It's 2 turns. And it's done. I'm out of that phase. I'm done. So it's just like, it's very, very, you do so much damage per turn that you can kind of avoid it. But yeah, so that was what I was experimenting with for that comp. But so yeah, anything else for the Evoker Weapons?
I don't think as far as current usage. I'm curious if they'll get upgraded as part of the Evoker Transcendence.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that actually. Maybe.
Which if they do, that'll be nice for Time Spear to become even more core for Magna.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as current usage, mostly Time Spear is the much better option usually.
Yeah. All right. Is there any other weapon you can think of besides the Illustrious that we haven't talked about? I
don't think so.
I can't really think of it.
I think it's just those left.
Okay. All right. If we think of something, we can always come back.
We can circle back, yeah.
All right. We'll start with thinking Hrunting. So you don't have Hrunting. So
I'm a Hruntinglet. According to your latest rant video, I'm already cooked. So
yeah. so thinking Hrunting, it's kind of weird because, and this also came up with DY's wiki thing when he was saying, is it should it still be an essential or not? Me personally, I don't think I would tell someone to go primal without it. I'll just be honest. I don't think I would. I don't like if somebody said I'm going primal, but I don't have Hrunting. Is that okay? I would tell them to get Hrunting. But Hrunting has definitely dropped off in usage a lot since we've got pretty much in this past year. They've pushed it's crazy because they also came out with Heldenhymne in the past year. But they pushed Ogi so freaking hard in the last year that it has taken over pretty much everything in like the end game. And the thing about it too is a lot of like even comps where it's like, you know, Hexa or Fraux 0, where it's like realistically, if you were playing that in a like a room, you'd probably still use Hrunting with Fighter Origin. But even that for like me personally has dropped off significantly because now if I'm doing Hex or Fraux 0, I'll just seeking solo it. And I solo it with the Andromeda. So I don't even play in rooms anymore. So I just don't even use Hrunting for that content either. So it's like, for me, Hrunting is mostly like, I won't even say all the full auto stuff because even like, again, Esoteric, I use Andromeda for that. Trying to use Hrunting is really kicking rough because Heldenhymne just seeking ends up killing you. But, like, you know, Leviathan, Mare, you know, Wamdis, Tefnut, the new Odious, like I still use Hrunting for that stuff. I still use Hrunting for burst related things sometimes because Necromancer can be so good that you just don't even use Hrunting for that either. So it's like, it's like Hrunting is one of those weapons, it feels like now, where I don't say it's necessarily a requirement, but it's one of those weapons where it's like when it comes up, you can't really replicate it a lot of the times. Like what it does is still like so good that you can't just like you can use Mana Diver, but it's like that only lasts 2 turns. Or you can use Fighter Origin, but you just don't have the double strike until you get unlimited boost up. And if you don't want to use unlimited boost, you just can't get double strike. So it's like, you know, it's good, but it also has dropped off from like its absolute king status that it had before. Oh. What do you think about it though?
100%. I mean, even in Magna, like there are plenty of people who have Hrunting in Magna, and it across both Magna and Primal, it was this ubiquitous, like everything from Tefnut daily FA to Fraux 0 best setups was Hrunting. Everything in between that was Hrunting all the way through, and it is really funny to think about that despite Helden's coming out, it is just like it's fallen off somehow.
Yeah, it's dropped off more after it got more support, which is weird.
From the Magna point of view, for like M3 and above Hrunting usage, it's like you can just use Fighter Origin now. Like you said, it'll take longer to get unlimited boost up, but at the end of the day, if you're manualing, you can supplement that stuff with like Uriel Call or extra bar summons, or you know, if you're using Lich helps contribute charge bar every turn while providing Ellie switch, which I think Magna probably still wants for Hrunting HL stuff. So there's enough other ways to like supplement it that for me, FO just feels like if I'm doing anything long form, my MC just becomes Hrunting regardless, and anything short form is few enough turns that Mana Diver works. At least for me. Like my Wamdis FA is 3 turns at like a minute 36 without Hrunting, and it's like if I get Hrunting, I don't even know if Magna can do 2-turn Hrunting on Wamdis. So it's like I'd buy Hrunting to get the same amount of turns on Wamdis and like probably cut 2 turns from Tefnut. So I think its ubiquitousness has definitely gone down. Now it's like you said, it's still a great weapon. And I would also question people who go primal without getting it. But I think the days of it also being like an auto, like even if you only play Magna, it's a 100% worthwhile weapon. I think there's more room for ambiguity and nuance there that like it's completely fine to not automatically get it. And also I feel like it's done irreparable damage to the community of like people, even more than Erish. I think it is the illustrious of like people assume it will just fix their element. Like if their earth isn't good, they get Hrunting, all of a sudden it's good now. It's like no, your MC is still not gonna triple attack if you don't have triple attack support.
It's honestly really funny because Hrunting and Aresh are like literally two sides of the same coin. Because Aresh, it's like, oh my god, this is gonna fix me. This is gonna be so good. But it's like if you don't have the characters, then it's not gonna work because that's what's doing all your damage. But then Hrunting is like the opposite, where it's like your MC's way better. But again, if you don't have the Tekken characters, your MC's not going to get as buffed as they need to be. So it's like
pretty much
you need the characters, you need the grid still. So it's like it helps a lot, but it's still not going to necessarily just fix everything. Oh,
the most relevant usage of it that I think is hard to replicate is, in my eyes, Adam 150. Like I think Glorybringer, Double Strike with Naru.
Yes.
Is still probably going to be the premier 150, and it's just figuring out ways of like, is it better to just do it 2 turns, or is it better to do it all in 1 turn? And what are the absolute amount of buttons you can cut? But I'm pretty sure that'll just end up being the best. 150.
Yeah. Oh, one thing I did want to bring up with Hrunting, this goes into a different weapon, and it's not even illustrious, is actually Excalibur. This has come up with Fighter Origin a lot, the Tekken King sword. This being useful as a main hand kind of takes a little bit off of Hrunting too, because again, that's Fighter Origin, you just become Hrunting at the end anyway, so why not just take, you know, I mean, Hrunting's Ogi effect isn't bad, especially if you're not using Sieg Dagger, because you do, you know, enable like the echo for your whole team, but it's like this Ogi effect is like really Tekken good. And then like the stats on this are also kind of useful too, especially with, again, using Tekken Heldenhymne. This big garrison's kind of nice to keep you alive. So it's like
it goes a long way in HL, yeah.
Like this weapon can kind of serve like 2 purposes depending on what you're doing. So that also kind of takes a little bit of the highlight off of Hrunting, if you have Excalibur. But
yeah, like I think that Earth team is still the fastest Fa Zero solo. Fighter Origin with Excalibur main hand.
Yeah.
And Hrunting is worse in that setup because Excalibur's so good for sustain.
Yeah.
I know that setup's also been done with this stupid the Xeno
Tiki,
sword that gives at least switch, and I'm like, I feel validated because when I first started playing, that was one of my favorite weapons. Main hand,
I mean, this was one of my favorite too. I remember using this in full high level. That was sick.
Yeah. And to see it used now, and like even with that as main hand in a primal grid, like it's not that bad of a time for a solo, and I'm like, that's my weapon.
Okay, anything else to say about Hrunting?
Not about Hrunting. It's slightly related to the Glorybringer double strike for Naru. Reminded me of the fact that Earth is like the only element that we have to rely on. Glorybringer double strike as our only form of team-wide double strike. Every other element has better options.
Yep.
And gave me so much grief thinking about NM 150, and it's like, man, every other element just cheats this with double strike, and we have to use Glorybringer.
Yeah, it's a bit whack. I wish we get a different option. Only been asking for that burst character for like 4 years, huh? All right. Yeah. Anything else about Hrunting though?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right, Tekken Andromeda. Now, let me just say something real quick. Obviously, well, I won't say obviously. I don't think many people will call me a bandwagoner for Andromeda, bro. But I've had this weapon for so freaking long, bro. I've had this weapon so long, people didn't even know I had this Tekken weapon. I was one of the first, I swear to God, I'm probably in the first, like, bare minimum, like 20 to 30 English speakers that had the Tekken weapon. Honestly, probably if we're just saying English speaker, probably even less than 20 that had this weapon, because I was one of the first people that did like a comparison between Hrunting and Andromeda. That's like one of my like earliest Ramble videos, and I didn't even talk in it. I just had like Tekken Nikkei music and text for it. So it was like Tekken, yeah, like this joint Tekken. I've had it for a really long time. So even though it's good now, I've had it for a hot minute. But This thing has gotten really freaking good as of late. It's gotten really good. I think it started with it seeking like the rebalances. Because when it got that rebalance, they got like the charge bar gain up, and then it also got like that extra nuke. That was kind of like the floor of the building when they got that stuff, because that helped a lot. Because one of the biggest things with Andromeda is I've said it for years, literally years now. The biggest thing with Andromeda is like it can be hard to loop with this weapon. It can be hard to keep your Ogi bar up, because especially if you play like Rising Force, if you have 101 to 199% charge bar and you Ogi, the way the double Ogi on Andromeda works is it just takes the 100%. It just takes the 100% and then it just zeroes out the rest. So you just end up with like no ticking charge bar. You just zero out all that, 99% extra charge bar, and then it's cooked. So it's like it could be really hard to loot, but that extra charge bar gain is like really, really nice on it, because that helps you a lot to actually consistently loot. In addition with like characters that we have now and like the Ultima and stuff like that. So this weapon just in general, really, really good now. How are you feel about this, especially considering you bought this before Sieg Hrunting and in Magna?
Yeah. I've pretty much since I started considering if I were to get an illustrious, what illustrious I would get, I think Andromeda's always been at the top of that list. Because I've always enjoyed Ogi. And Andromeda, even before the rebalance, like it was fairly good for Ogi, and the rebalance just like shot it up so much with the extra buffs, namely charge bar gain and hype. They did not need to give us overhype. That was unnecessary side games.
True.
God.
Honestly, a weird addition, but
and like it's not mentioned a whole lot, but the perma dispel cancel.
Yes. Yeah.
Like what people commonly talk about Neo's usage as an Eternal, and it's like one of the most prevalent parts of her kit is the perma dispel cancel. And it's like, yeah, who could have guessed that that's one of the best things when a lot of the most annoying mechanics fully dispel you. And at least for my usage, the 20% TA from the unique buff off of Ogi is really nice for TA omens. Paired with Luo, like Luo fully ramped plus Andromeda, and then feedback from Rising, that's 60% TA. Like you don't have to care about TA and grid at that point. It's so nice.
Yeah.
And like we know Rising Force is an amazing class because of Wind using Rising Force. Earth somehow, I would say Earth somehow manages to do it better now.
Yes.
Amazingly.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is always the double Ogi from MC. Like I've also had my own rants to people about the way that double Ogi eats extra bar.
Yeah.
Because it also affects Octo.
Yup.
Andromeda helps with Octo, assuming that you have him in slot 3 or 4, making sure that he always hits 200% bar before you get to him. But without Andromeda, like that's also a big thing for like non-Andromeda havers. Is your Octo gets fucked up by that.
Yeah.
When you have S4. So, but it's a good weapon. It's 100% usable in Magna. It basically covers like all of the shortcomings of Magna. Honestly, like my MC caps easily.
Yeah.
Without even like 4 stacks of hype, like it helps MC cap a shit ton. The bar gain helps you loop. It gives you the TA. It gives you damage cap to everybody. It gives healing, which is a big thing in Magna. Like consistent source of good healing. The defense bonus, like it's just so good. The CA specs help in Versusia, help make sure I hit 6 mil in the Cataclysm phase. Like just every part of this weapon just feels so good at this point that I'm happy with it.
Yeah, I'm very happy with it now too. Because even after the rebalance, it was kind of like I feel like after the rebalance, it was like, okay, like, because I think I made my updated illustrious tier list after that rebalance, and I'm pretty sure I had raised the Andromeda up, and I'm like, this weapons is better now, it's good now, but it's just like we just need a little bit more support to push it. And then thinking the year of Ogi, bro, thinking all this Ogi crap came out, and it's like, okay, now we finally get to use it, and it's really nice.
Got it right before Lubo.
And
then I was like, okay, Lubo's the start of it, and then we got Lich, and I think after Lich came out was when the point people realized it's like, oh, this shit is good.
Then we got Octo.
And then Versusia came out, and people were like, oh shit, you actually need Ogi. And then Shalem rebounds happened.
Oh my god, my girl.
Which we'll get to when we talk about characters, I'm sure. And then like people realized, oh, this is the shit. And then Bhaisa, good. Andromeda had a slow and steady but very strong this past year.
I actually want to bring up thinking for Versusia. I remember when we went into that originally, I asked Link a lot about team building because I was very torn. Between thinking Andromeda teams and Fighter Origin stuff, because Fighter Origin was still new, and I was like, okay, they probably made Fighter Origin for the Seeking fight. Should I just use that instead? And we kept going back and forth, and he was like, I think you should just stick with Ogi. It's usually better for like this prog stuff. And let me tell you, I never picked up a Seeking Fighter Origin comp the whole time. I tested a lot of stuff when we were progging, and it was every single thing was Andromeda. Every single thing I tried was Andromeda, because it was so good. And as we saw more and more of the fight, I'm like, it's Seeking Andromeda territory. So like it's real strong. It's real Tiki strong. So anything else to say about Andromeda?
No, I don't think so.
I guess one thing I do want to say, because I don't really know where else to bring it up, and I'd like someone else, especially you, because you don't have Hrunting. What do you think if someone asked you Andromeda or Hrunting, which one should I get right now? What would you say?
I would say, I think it depends what kind of content they care most about. In the game. If their primary goal or interest that they love to do is HL content, then I think Andromeda. Like hands down. Simply because like you're not using fucking Hrunting and Versusia. I've seen people try to make it work, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, you would be better off just doing Omnioji with the Exo Dagger, I promise. It's not a raid for it. Maybe the next Unlimited or the next HL raid will be different. Who knows? But at least currently, I think Andromeda's the definitive king of Earth HL. And so if that's what you care about, get Andromeda. If you mostly just care about making your general content, your daily FAs, faster, or you super hardcore care about guild war, which, although I say that's a bit nuanced too, because if Andromeda's the best 250 setup based off that big Komatsu, like that that dummy trial video he put out was faster than the Tezcat from last year with 1 billion extra health. So if you care about guild war, Andromeda might be the answer too. So I guess that's a whole nother rabbit hole. But,
especially with thinking Necromancer stuff nowadays, where it's like you can make up Necromancer for the lower floors, Andromeda for the higher.
Right, and even Mana Diver, like guild war burst is like so optimized at this point that it's like it's 2 turns for anything outside of like 200's this weird spot. Where it's probably mostly going to be sumo for most elements. Or I guess airish for dark, because freaking they get that stupid thing. But it's Andro's definitely in a lot better spot in terms of like if you were to pick between the two, it's much more competitive.
Yeah.
for a lot of people now.
Yeah, I would lean like if someone asked me that question, I mean, low key, if someone asked me that question right now, I thinking most of the time I ignore them, bro. I'm just like thinking, you got the answer, go look it up, bro. But thinking, like, realistically, it requires context, pretty much how you said, where it's like, where are you in the game and what are your goals? But I think I would be more inclined to recommend Andromeda over Hunting at this point, because a lot of times for things that matter, where you can get more so gated, Andromeda is the thing that pushes you over the edge now. Whereas Hrunting, it's like, yeah, it would be, it's kind of like how you said before, where it's like, yeah, I could 2-turn Womdus with Hrunting, or I could type 2 turns off Tefnut, but it's like, you can already kill it in like 6 turns anyway. So it's like, it doesn't really matter. Like, you can still do the daily without Hrunting. It's just Hrunting is more quality of life. Whereas you can try and do, you know, Versusia without Andromeda. It's not, you know, it's seeking cooked, bro. So it's like, I would be more inclined to recommend Andromeda nowadays as well. Again, depending on the context, but I lean more in the Andromeda camp nowadays too, if asked that question. But yeah,
We love to see it.
Yeah, the rise of Ogi. Like I said, bro, I'm kind of becoming an Ogi head. I don't mind it, because I mean, the thing, and this is a side tangent, but the thing about it for me is like, Ogi. The big thing for me is Ogi comes with the Teking lockout, right? It comes with the lockout, and it's like, if you're gonna give us the lockout, it needs to be strong. I need to be hitting Teking numbers. And now that we're hitting numbers, I'm okay with it, because it's like, that's how it needs to be. If you want to say it's so strong that it needs lockout, it needs to actually be that strong. And now it feels that strong. So it's like, okay, I'm fine with it. Like, Ogi's fine. I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna bring Teking Ogi to my Womdus full auto, but it's like, you know, Teking, you know, for where it's used, you know, I'm okay with it. So
yeah.
All right, so all these are out of the way. Also, thinking there will be another illustrious tier list at some point, probably after anniversary. Oh, I guess I'm looking at it. Shalem Weapon. I'm guessing you don't use this in Magna, right?
I do not.
Okay.
Currently, I have I have thought about borrowing it, because, like I mentioned earlier, in relation to the usefulness of Bhaisa Weapon echoes, even in Magna, because you're hitting hard cap. At least for me, Andromeda Earth Ogi is like the only place where like I'm consistently hitting hard cap on multiple characters every turn. So the boost to special CA damage cap is pretty tempting.
Yeah.
That being said, I honestly don't know what I'd drop in grid for it, because I wouldn't drop one of the Magna glory weapons, obviously, because then trading it for an unboosted glory, that's just not going to be able to make up the weight, and then everything else is a bit tight. So like, if I had abundancy of space, I'd honestly probably would have already barred it and tried it in some things, but as of right now, not really going to see use. Maybe when we get level 300 Opus, that gives us a bunch of extra raw. Who knows?
Yeah, I will say for Primal, it's kind of, we have a very conveniently open spot for it, where most, I would say the standard Ogi Primal grade is like Andromeda main hand, 3 Galleon Staffs, 2 Baijas, Ultima, or not, Destroyer, Opus, and then taking the World Ender, and then you can use this. You can use this in there. So you can use like the double World Ender thing, and then you have a spot that you can just use this. So it's like, you can use this, or you can use like something more defensive or something like that. So it can be useful in Primal. But I don't always use it though. But it can be nice. It can be nice. All right. I think that's all the weapons, unless you thought of something else too.
No, I think that's all of them.
Okay. All right. Firstly, before we go on to summons, do you need a break? Because we've been talking a hot minute.
Yeah, we can take like a 3-minute water break.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna get a sip. Hold on. Okay, I have returned. What did you guys say? I think context also matters character-wise. Getting Andromeda without having all the good Ogi characters. True, that's fair. Am I gonna farm Odious with that 5 EP? Yeah. Maybe they didn't do Earth Odious first. I think everybody was. But it depends also on what the person has, what point they're in the game. Have Destroyer and Heldenhymne. I think I like the point out that Andromeda has a more useful third skill than Hrunting. No, bro, it's the thinking, it's the advanced enmity tactics I was talking about before, bro. That's how you play into Hrunting.
Back.
Welcome back. All right. So, next seeking summons. So, for summons, usually what I do is I just avoid like the normal stuff. The like thinking, you know, like the primal summon themselves or like the Magna summon themselves.
Right.
Like the most of the Providence. I guess one Providence that we can talk about a bit. That's our new thing for this is seeking Versusia. So Versusia.
Yep.
I made a tweet about this like a day or two ago. Versusia works really well with Thinking Earth. Like it works really well with not only the Ogi stuff, but it works really well with Thinking auto based stuff too. We already mentioned way earlier with Makura, that kind of Thinking messes it up with the TA. But overall, I think even with that, she's still really strong, especially with, you know, if you do have to do Makura stuff, you have Hrunting or Mana Diver and characters like Bennu or like Super Sadala that have TA and Double Strike on them too, so you can kind of make up for the fact that Makura doesn't TA. But like anything to say about Versusia?
I honestly think it's like the new age Bubs in terms of burst summons.
Yeah.
One of the other things that shows how cooked I am and how new I am, I still have 0-star Bubs.
Really? So that's really good for you then.
Yeah, so it's really great for me. But wide open, the damage taken amplified debuff she lets MC do is like one of the strongest debuffs in the game.
Yeah.
In terms of contributing to raw damage. And it dispels. Like
yeah.
as if the Earth Ogi team needed more dispels per turn. I think you can do, what is it, 200% bar on Andro, you do 3 plus Versusia, Shalem would do another 4. Luo and then Lich, you could do like 10 or 12 dispels a turn.
It's kind of gross.
So funny. And then specifically for Earth, like we have so many characters who double Ogi, and can double Ogi every turn. I mean, Luo's permanent after ramp, Shalem's permanent after she ramps, which is incredibly easy with Bhaisa now. Octo's always there, obviously. Tigers when they're normal Tigers, double Ogi, Andro, MC always double Ogis. Like, it's so easy to proc the sub-aura version of Versusia, which I think is significantly harder for like every other element.
Yes.
Yeah. And I mentioned a little bit earlier with us getting Bennu. Bennu's whole thing is you do well, you don't have to, but I think the best case scenario of Bennu is you do a relatively empty first turn to just proc his debuff and then immediately pop it with crits. And then you have wide open on turn 2, stack that with Versusia wide open, and then any other buffs you do is like massive amounts of turn 2 burst. So it plays into that. And I mean, she gives Flurry on call, which is always an insane buff, especially with how much echoes Earth can get.
Yeah. She also does a lot of you can call damage, and your
like
the
call damage itself is crazy.
The little buff you do does two big hits as well. So that's a lot of damage.
So very good summon. Probably gonna be a big gap for people this game order, as Providences typically are.
All right.
And even the fact that her call is 10 hits, like I use her in Versusia for 90% gauntlet, the 80 hits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like even that aspect of it is uniquely useful over other providences.
Mm-hmm.
Like the closest you have is 000 and it's 5 hits.
Yeah. Yeah, I do the same thing when I do Boss Zero solo. I use the 10 hit for 99 hits at the end. Yeah. I mean it's a really good summon. A really good Tiki summon. Anything else to say?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Awesome home screen art.
Yes, and music. I'm thinking
I hope that they, similar to the Grands, I hope they kind of go back to the older providences and give them animated home screens.
Yes, they should.
Because that would be super cool. And like, if any summons deserve it, it's those. I think the primal summons and the Omega summons getting them would also be cool, but kind of less of a priority thing.
Yeah. All right, so thinking, I saw you have Commander. How are we feeling about the reverse?
Great, except when I remember that we use Threo for burst sometimes.
Yeah. I feel like even when you use her, it's usually still better just to use it anyway, but it is a little bit of a hit to the soul that it's just like she's just not getting anything. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing with Robers that I've noticed recently since I've gotten Yatima and I'm trying to use Yatima is that like Belial's good because of the supplemental, but it's also good because it's a one-time call.
Yes, and these can be called, which sucks.
Yeah, so using Belial as a padding for Yatima to call the same 2 summons every time is like a unique thing that Robers just can't do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That said, I think the calls on them are actually fairly decent, or at least Commander's is. Like, supplement damage taken is a pretty decent debuff, and they give damage cap, which, I mean, we talked about damage cap plenty earlier, how much we value it. So, I'd be interested to see. I'm sure Mammoth Echo is probably still more valuable just because the way that Echo stacking works when you're doing a shit ton of normal attacks is better. But if you don't have Mammoth, and you have FOB Commander, like, it might honestly be a good enough replacement in some setups that you could just add like 1 or 2 buttons or something. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Yeah, I actually, honestly, bringing that up is a good point, because I feel like this summon, I don't know about the other ones, but I feel like this summon is, I'm not going to say it's future proof, but I think it has a little bit of future like padding to it, because I think it's kind of going to be in the same way as like when Mammoth, I can't remember if it's Mammoth or Galleon or whichever. Whenever the second one of those came out, there was a lot of like debate of which is better to use as like the call. And I feel like sometimes, like I think for the most part, people started to go with Mammoth, but there are some times where you end up using like Galleon's call instead, just because you don't want to bring Mammoth. And it's kind of the same thing in like other Ellies too, where you'll just end up calling the dragon summon just because it's at least something, and you need another summon more than the one that you want to call, but the dragon is just something. So I think it's going to be the same thing with this in the future. Well, I don't know if I think per se, but I think it could be a thing in the future where this summon also goes in like that Galleon slot where you just call it because you just have it, and there's just nothing else better to bring.
Right.
So the summon call can still be useful. For this Guild War though, probably not. But
yeah, not now, but in the future.
Yeah.
And we also don't have Fortis Star. So
yeah,
we'll probably eventually one day get those, which slightly terrifies me for how much supplemental we get at that point, but we'll cross that bridge in the future.
Yeah. All right. I saw her in here, my Mandrake. Do you have Mandrake? I can't remember from before.
Another poor player person problems. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how it slipped my mind this past summer to just like consider 3% sparking, but I just like never considered it. And if I had been reminded that like this is a premier Guild War summon, I don't know if I would have ended up doing it, but I at least probably would have heavily considered it. So that being said though, I don't even know if I would have had the stones to do it amongst all the other stuff I had to stone for this skill word, but it I mean, it's still used. Obviously, strength as a 0 button raw thing is indispensable.
Yeah.
But summon slots are also pretty competitive these days. To the point where outside of 0 button stuff, like, I think she's gonna see a lot less usage this Guild War.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, last Guild War was pretty much everything out before 250, and even I think I think she might have even be used in the 250 Tezcat setup. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But like now, I think past 150, maybe even Nightmare 95, like her prevalence is gonna floor this time.
Yeah. Yeah. I do think she's still pretty good though. I noticed, I brought this up a little bit in like the replacement rant too, but like sometimes I feel like that open spot a lot of times ends up going to either like Mandrake or Orologia, and they both have like different uses. So like sometimes you want to use Mandrake or Orologia if you just don't want to press the button, or if like Orologia is going to mess up like a press, like a push or something like that.
Right.
So she's still useful, and she does still have like the dispel cancel too, so that can also be useful for something if it comes up. But I do agree that she's probably going to drop off a little bit as opposed to like past Guild Wars, but I think she's still pretty good.
Yeah, definitely something that, like, if you're hyper invested in Earth, like, you can't fully ignore it.
Yeah. All right. Anything else to say about her?
No.
Okay. What else we Tekken got? Is that like it? I mean, I know Tekken. I mean, I guess Mammoth, but Mammoth is kind of like. I mean, he's TA and Echo, I guess. Maybe it gets used.
Yeah, TA. I think the most relevant thing is the 50% TA for Sumaibito.
Yeah.
So Raziel's 50%, Mammoth's 50%, and then you either need 45% or 35% from grid, or use Oro S1 to get another 50%.
Yeah.
If you're not doing Sky Piercer.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, my Sky Piercer, bro. I'm a Sky Piercer defender. Nobody agrees with me.
I like mine. That's because Magna has no TA.
Yeah, I mean Primal don't either, bro.
It's like Sumaibito came out, and it's like half my elements. I'm like, I can't use this. I can't get MC to triple attack. Earth, I have this Sky Piercer that I only have because when we had the superlative tickets during 11th Annie, when Weekend was like, if you don't know what to get Sky Piercer in your favorite element, and like
at least she said favorite
one
element,
piece
bro.
of that was the one piece of random advice that like I've enjoyed the most out of what I've actually gotten out of it. So
that's good. All right. Is there any other song? Honestly, I'm not gonna bring up Tekken Ted's Cat. I guess Tekken Gorilla was used at one point.
Gorilla was used last Guild War still as support. I've never been a fan of having to call support summons. I kind of hate the Keaton manual setups because of it, but Gorilla was used last Guild War. I've seen nothing of it in preparatory setups.
I think Versusia took that spot. I think a lot of the single-sided stuff turned into Versusia.
Yeah, Gorilla might be dead.
At least for now. How about Dogu?
For now.
Dogu. The only thing I've seen with Dogu is seeking. I saw Kate seeking Filato for Honglong and Quillen, bro.
Yeah, that's the only thing I've seen recently.
I haven't seen anything for Guild War. I'm literally, my Dogu's not even finished. I'm waiting for a reason to finish it. And I haven't found it yet.
I don't think there is one. Earth has we have Halloween Mana Mel, so you can't even make the argument of using it main summon for like Mana Diver budget OTKs. Yeah. Like Mana Mel's just better if you have her. So Tsuchinoko.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That damn snake.
Providence in disguise, bro.
I mean, one of so not technically a new Earth specific thing, but the advent of the Divine General's Wonder means that Summer Vicky zero button setups are a thing now.
Yeah.
So Tsuchinoko's prevalence for that, you get to keep the Earth attack instead of the useless CA specs from Huanglong.
Yeah. I guess technically you can use him now with he kind of like him and Bhaisa kind of teamed up to just completely annihilate Teking Ilnot, because now you can just play them both together to get whatever CA on entry thing you want. So you don't need to worry about Ilnot bringing that CA. So that's also something you could do now. But I don't know how much he's gonna be used for Guild War, just because a lot of the stuff that's not like the higher end full auto Ogi stuff is not Ogi stuff for Guild War. Yeah. So
the only relevant place is like Nightmare 90 zero button farming.
Yeah.
With Summer Vicky, like Magna can do zero button with that now. But the issue with it is if you're farming 90, you probably want Celestials, which means you probably want Kaguya. And you can't do single-sided Kaguya with Tsuchinoko for Vicky unless it's strike time. At which point Tsuchinoko becomes irrelevant anyways. So like there is a niche, it's a very small niche.
Yeah. All right.
Probably honestly sees more use for the bounty on call for joining raids.
All right, DKing. I think that's mostly it though for summons. Is there anything else you can think of that's not like the obvious stuff, like taking Uriel, Titan, Yggdrasil?
I will say one thing for the obvious stuff with the Super Sidala sack stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if Titan Call pops up somewhere. If somebody tries to do a manual rotation akin to the Tezcat 250 from last year, I wouldn't be surprised if Titan Call is used for Guts or Armored. So
okay,
but that's about it.
All right. Okay, the Deacon characters, bro. Deacon characters. This one's gonna be a Deacon doozy. All right. I usually the way I work through this, I'm pretty sure I have a Deacon Earth character now. So I usually what I do is I just start from the newest stuff and then I just go backwards and just touch on anybody that's seeking useful. So we'll start with Deacon Bhaisa. So Bhaisa, Deacon love of my life, bro. I Deacon love Bhaisa so much, bro. She's so great like character. When she came out, I know a lot of people were downplaying her. They were like, thinking she doesn't have a dispel, she doesn't do this, she doesn't do that. It's like, I don't think she's really that good. And I was like, I feel like Baija's gonna be one of those characters where if you miss her, you're gonna regret it later. And I think people are starting to see that. She does a lot of damage. She helps your team do a lot of damage, and she protects you. So she's pretty freaking good. I don't know how much she will be used in Guild War, because I mean you do have like the Ogion start thing, and you do have potentially Nightmare 250, because as you mentioned before, one of the nice things about Earth is we do have so many Teaking Dispels anyway that you may be able to just slip her in at the end regardless, just because, especially if she helps you make a team that can enable Versusia usage. Like for example, you could do like Shalem Octo Bhaisa, which could be a very Teaking strong team, and that team can also
that'll be just premier team.
Yeah, that team can also just seeking loot too. So that team can cover her weaknesses, because not only do you get the Veil from Octo, but you also get the dispels on like everything that's not Octo and Bhaisa. So you can also just
I'm seeing Shalem do enough of those.
So yeah, I think that team could be very, very Teaking strong. So, but that's probably the main place I would look for her, is in 250. Anything else to say about her, just in general, or for like Guild War usage?
I mean, I'm sure she'll be, for a lot of people doing non-optimal setups, she'll be a great thing. I mean, like you said, she kind of provides a role that Lubo pseudo does in Ogi teams, which is the defensive utility.
Yeah.
Her S3 is so good with the defense and the 20% damage reduction. And she heals, and if you're doing Andro, you're probably likely getting her to double Ogi, so she's double healing on top of Andro's healing. Like it's ridiculous of doing the Hexa solo and just like mashing through stuff and taking no damage.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
That team's crazy. And then even if you do pair her with Lubo, then Lubo gives you the armored when omens are up and on top of her buff. It's just so good.
Yeah.
The CA reactivate at battle start is great for Shalem because it means you instantly break Shalem's seals. You instantly have her ramp doing double Ogis. And the extra bar at the start of battle means that it's much easier to get Shalem to Ogi turn 1.
Yep.
So, and in Versusia, it's great because it applies to backline characters too if she starts at the front line. So your second team comes in and all of them have CA reactivate for that first turn to start ramping. It's
honestly
so
gross that works.
Yeah, that's like insane. Like, I remember reading her and seeing that she needed 30 CAs to get S3 up, and I'm like, that's kind of slow, but I think it's really not that big of a deal for where she gets used. Yeah. So
I think it's
like you said, her having 200% bar, you can use she helps enable Versusia sub aura.
Yeah.
Being able to double Ogi.
One of the more justified stack characters. This is how you do stacks. Where it's like you actually get stacks, and not only is she like, she has 2 stacks. She has stacks for this, and she has the stacks to cast this. But both of those things lead to substantially big improvements once you get them. So she's very ticking strong. Also, she helps with looping too, because she gets charge bar.
Yep.
So also nice. Anything else to say about Bhaisa?
No, it's pretty much a very solid Ogi character.
Yeah, I wish I wasn't so obsessed with Versusia's home screen, because she would be on there right now as we speak.
and great art too, for sure. Yeah.
Alright, Ticking Bennu, bruh. Ticking Bennu.
Uriel 2.0.
Literally Uriel 2.0. Just the same Ticking character, but more yellow skill focused. So Ticking, I mean, Bennu, I mean, he's for the burst stuff. He's for the burst comps. But I mean, he's good. It's just I don't know. It's just his kit's very Ticking one note, bro. It's all about the first, like, I can't even say it's all about the first turn, because his thing happens on the second turn. So it's all about the 2 turns, but he's all about the first turn. So it's like, I don't know. It's just a very obvious character where to use him, but it's more so, is he always the best option for those scenarios? That's the question. That being said, though, he is pretty strong for, at least, like, he himself is pretty strong for that first turn, and his buff lasting the whole turn for second turn is very strong for the second turn. But it's just, if you got to do anything besides 2 turns, it's already Ticking cooked. But it's like the disconnect between turn 1 and 2 that just kind of throws me off. That's just my biggest gripe with Bennu. If this thing lasted for 2 turns, I would probably have no grievances with this character. I'm not even kidding. Like, I think that's probably just the biggest thing that I have with him.
Even if it was just that the TA, if only the TA lasted the second turn, I'd be happy. And see, even for me, I think I can't remember if I tweeted this or if I said it on stream, but I said, why don't you just give him something when he procs this thing, like when this procs?
Like if that procs, just give him 100% TA for one turn. That's all you gotta do. And it's like, okay, you just get 100% TA turn 2. You don't got to worry about the double strike. You don't got to worry about the crit rate, nothing like that. Just give me TA. That's all I need. it's like that's just the biggest, like honestly, you honed in more on it. My biggest issue, honestly, is just that he doesn't TA on the second turn, unless you do things that make him TA on the second turn.
Yeah.
So I mean,
honestly, to that degree for Magna, I was trying to make him work with Falsehood Opus main hand.
Really?
So instead of having him do S3 on turn 1, I was just having MC Ogi turn 1. Give him double strike because he doesn't. I mean, it sucks for consistent damage, but he doesn't need to triple attack when he double strikes to apply the debuff.
Yeah.
So you just give him double strike from Falsehood Opus, and then turn 2 when you have the debuff, when you have the wide open already procced, you press his S3, so he also gets to maximize it.
Yeah.
And it was fairly good. It was just a bit awkward of a manual rotation, obviously, because you have to purposely do stuff on turn 2 and whatnot. But
yeah,
like I think it's still solid enough that like people who have them, and don't have the other like premier stuff could make him work in that way. But yeah, it's just the fact that his TA support sucks.
Yeah.
That it's like he struggles to even capitalize on his own debuff.
Yeah.
But like his S2 is good. It's basically Raziel S2 just without the TA, which granted is like half the reason you use Raziel S2, but like, nobody else does bonus superior echo, so
yeah, the superior part is pretty nice, for that reason.
Yeah. And if you have his S3, his auto nuke defense downs the boss, so
yeah,
like
I mean,
he's good. It's just another one of those characters that we're bending over backwards to make work.
You know he's a Seeking Earth character, bro. You know he's a Seeking Earth character.
Exactly.
Yeah, and also Wyvern brought it up too that he has Undying. So I know a lot of people when he first released, they were like, okay, well, just Seeking do his thing and then kill him off. No, no, not killing him off. He's supposed to. He's there to stay, bro. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you mentioned it as well. Compared to Uriel, he does have more yellow skills. So if you're doing Raziel stuff,
yes,
it is easier to get Flurry on her from 10 stacks, which is nice for if you're doing Makura Raziel.
Yeah.
Then it's very easy to hit the 40 crits to pop his thing.
Yeah, and then Raziel helps his TA too. Which is nice. So they work well together.
And then you look at that team and see that they're all seasonals from different seasons.
Thus is the life of Earth. Yeah. All right. Anything else to say about him?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Okay. Rein. So this character. So I'll let the cat out of the bag. For me personally, thinking Rein, I think, is a really Teking strong character. And a lot of people that have been around the stream know I was saying, Teking, please, for the love of God, give me another Teking ring so I can ring Rein. Please, give me a ring for Rein. You'll notice that my Reinhardtzar is still not Teking rings. And we got another ring. Why is that? The reason why for me, and this could be, I don't know, I know people have been saying since he came out, he might be Nightmare 250 MASH, which could still be true. But for me, Rein is really good, but Rein is almost in the same boat as Sieg Dagger and Hrunting, where it's like, he's good when you need him, but when you don't need him, you're just using something else, essentially. And that's how it feels for me with Rein, because even, like, I was doing for a minute, I was doing the Fall Zero solo that used Rein, and then thinking Bhaisa came out, and now I just use pure Ogi. I just don't use the auto thing from Rein anymore. So it's like I don't really use him for anything besides like my Leviathan Mare or like the new Odious raid. That's like the only thing. I guess technically if I test him in EMT, but that's like it. So it's like even though he's really Teking good, I just didn't really think I need to put a ring on him right now. After like Bhaisa release. So what do you think about this character?
When he came out, or the banner came out, I remember thinking Bennu was the clearly better of the two, in terms of how much I wanted them. And then after I got to testing them with them, partly because Bennu released freaking bugged.
Yeah.
Of his wide open. Oh my god, that was like crashing out for those 3 days of like, this is 100% bugged. There's no way it's not supposed to land every single time. And then I started testing Rein, and I was pleasantly surprised with how well he did.
Yeah.
And he's definitely a strong character. In relation to the MASH team, I can sort of see it happening. My issue with it comes down to honestly what we talked about for the Odious raid is that Earth's normal attack dispel options suck.
Yeah.
It's like Versusia buff, Raziel at 10 reds, which he doesn't really help a lot with because he has 2 yellows.
Yeah.
And then Rein after you ramp him a bit. And it's like 250 mash if you want to, at least compared to the wind mash, if you want to get to that level of just mashing through turns without carrying, you need a bit more dispels, I think.
Yeah.
That being said, is S2 really strong? I know you use it to basically ignore everything from Levy Mare. Like, it's so good. The time I mentioned it earlier when I use him in Levy Mare, like without even trying, he just takes 0 damage. Like his S2 is just so good at tanking stuff.
Yeah.
And when you get him ramped, he's good. Like assassin, 1 turn assassin every turn, if you can keep up the buffs, is great. My issue was slightly making sure that he stayed at 15 buffs. Because at least for the teams that I was running, it's like in Levy Mare specifically, it's like I was trying to use Sieg. Sieg gives like very few team buffs. Yeah. Like I think his S3 is like 3 or something. And then I was trying to use Tigers. Well, Tigers doesn't give anyone team buff. Yeah. And then MC as FO. Well, MC doesn't give anyone team buff as FO. So it's like I have nobody giving team buffs. What do I have to do? Oh, I have to run Sieg Axe main hand and turn on Ogi. Because Sieg Axe gives armor, DA, TA, and defense on Ogi. Which, to be fair, is actually a fairly decent Ogi. For Levy Mare and probably Guild War. Yeah. I think people sleep on that part of the weapon too much, but the point is like having to do that to ensure he has enough buffs to consistently get 15. It's like your options for what characters you're running in the team with him suddenly become restrictive of like who can upkeep buffs on him that much that often. Yeah. Because like Raziel S2 doesn't have, like, you have it for 5 turns, but then the uptime after that's crap. Makura S3 is super long downtime, and her S2 is not much better unless you're Oging for the turn cuts. Yeah. And then Kane got rebalanced, and it's kind of like, oh, I suppose they're supposed to work together. But I think my current biggest issue for him is that whenever I try to use him, he doesn't ramp fast enough for what I would like. Or it's Odious, and Odious fucks up skill cooldown, so his S3 is like garbage.
I know about that.
Which mostly comes back to all of the raids that we have to farm suck and make our good characters fucking bend over backwards even more, but regardless. Like, he's a fine ramp FA character, I think, and I'm sure for some people like that do hybrid setups of just comfy FAs, he'll probably be good in 250. I don't know if I honestly see him being in a best premier setup for anything currently, especially because that Ogi setup is so fast already.
Yeah, it's very strong.
So
I don't know, we'll see. I'm pretty much in agreement with everything you said. Anything else to say about him?
Nah.
All right. Berceau. So we talked about Berceau. Do you have anything else you want to mention about Berceau besides what you said at the start for?
No, I think I pretty much said my piece at the start. I think
Okay.
the only part of it I didn't touch on was the second passive, which I was
A sub stupid.
I think when she came out, I remember reading it and being like, "Oh, you might be able to do something with Fraux in terms of getting her to always sub stuff." The issue is that like none of the raids that we farm do single attack autos.
True.
And then when she doesn't have her S1 up, she's actually pretty fragile.
Yes.
The sharp boosted defense is not enough. I found out in Bubs because I use her in my Bubs FA.
Yeah.
And towards the end, she starts subbing for people and dying. So.
Yeah. I think I tried her in like a Belial Filato at one point, and it was like, okay, this is working well for a second, and then she dropped the shield, she died. I was like, okay, well, scrap that thinking idea.
Pretty much.
Yeah. No, I agree. All right, anything else to say?
Nah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna skip Gon unless you're DY and you use him for something, because I saw him using.
Oh my god.
But
all I'll say is that why did they make his animation so damn long?
Yeah, bro. I don't even like Hunter x Hunter in the first place, so I didn't want to use that character. Okay, taking
Nothing to
Lich.
say about him.
The Lich.
Lich.
Good. Lich good.
Great Ogi character.
Yeah. Now, I don't know. I know before Thinking Baija came out, a lot of people were counting on Lich for that 250 full auto because she does the dispel, she helps you Ogi, stuff like that.
Yep.
Now that Baija exists, I don't know if she'll still be a part of that team or not.
I think she's a part of it only if you don't own Baija.
Yeah. Still really good though. She helps you stay alive. She heals you. She's taking debuffs. She dispels. Helps you loop. All that stuff. The water switch is kind of wasted here because it's going to be on Ellie, but the water switch is good for non on Ellie things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, she's kind of in the same boat as like Baija and like all those Ogi characters, where it's like mostly if you're not using her in 250, you're probably not going to really use her anywhere else.
Yeah,
that's like the main spot. So, anything else to say about Lich? Besides, she's cute.
Great art. I mean, all of the seasonals this year had amazing art.
Yeah,
we basically all got 2 art 2s. The Ellie switch, honestly, like, I don't know. I think even Baija replaces that. Weirdly enough, like, my Hexa solo, I thought for sure my first Hexa solo was going to be using Lich, and then Baija came out, and it's like, Luo and Baija just, you take no damage. And then Shalem. Like, it's good, and I use it in EMT, because I just don't have the defense to survive off element damage anyways in that raid. But it's I don't know, it's less impactful than I thought it would retain. I was
in the same boat too with the whole Thinking Baija thing, bro. Like, I remember when I first started trying to solo those, someone told me you can use Baija instead of Lich, and I was like, I see what you're saying, but she got that water switch though. And then I think you took in Baija, and I was like, oh, I actually just don't take damage. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter. So yeah, I agree on that point too, where Baija took a lot of that spot too. I think what Lich's thing is still for one, she has more debuffs. Like, 'cause she has this, she has that. The other thing is that she also has, like, I would say she still has a condition, but she has more unconditional charge bar gain than like Baija, because you kind of have to build up to Baija, where it's lit, you just press the Tekin button.
It's good to go turn 1.
Yeah, and you just start going with that. And I also think Lich also helps. This is more so like a Versusia thing, but it helps to have an abundance of Ogi characters so that you can play on both sides. when you need to just continuously Ogi for the whole fight. She is a very good person to have for that second team. If you're trying to use Bhaisa in the first. So those are like her strengths. But when it comes to like the four character content, that's where it's like Bhaisa just kind of thinking destroys.
Yeah. I think Lich is also has a bit of a niche. I don't think anyone's made use of it yet though in non-full loop teams.
Yeah.
Because their Dispel is only when a chain burst happens. Well, Earth has Summer Silva that adds 2 to chain burst. So if you can 2 chain, you suddenly have a 4 chain, which is a double Dispel and the full effect of the passive. So the condition for getting that is actually like you can work around it to make it less restrictive. And you don't need to Ogi for her skill nuke and bargain at end of turn. So I think she works well if you want to do kind of mixed setups, like if you have an FO MC, and then like someone like Sieg or Sidala, who like they Ogi somewhat occasionally and frequently, and you can try to line stuff up. And still make use of both part of her kits.
You actually just gave me.
There's also the.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm glad. Also, this is technically true for all liches. If you use Summer Belial in an OTK setup, you can get her skill nuke to proc without any buttons.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I don't think it does enough damage to warrant doing that, but like that's a thing. If you're absolutely broke for EX plus, but you have Lich, like you could try that, I suppose.
Yeah.
Or if you have the quirky artifact that shuffles all your stats,
oh my God.
that one also works. I can't really fully endorse any of these, but if anybody manages to make this work, please let me know. I would love to see it.
All right. Anything else to say about Lich?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right. Vera skip over. Do we have to talk about Fraux, dude? Do we have to talk about this character? Can we just skip, bro?
$900 skin.
Yeah. Don't make me go through it again, man. I got a whole video on that chick, bro.
Yeah, no, it's not good. I
don't know what they were thinking, bro. I don't know what they were thinking.
I don't think they were thinking it's a problem.
Thinking Sieg. I don't know if he's gonna be used for anything Guild War. I'll be honest.
I don't think for Guild War. Like maybe, if anything, I think it'd be like a 250 mash team. Possibly with Lich, like I said. Like he's in this weird boat where he wants to Ogi, but then also not Ogi until he absolutely needs to again because he gets auto buffs, and it's weird. I know there was, I think Sil had talked about doing Fangtooth artifact on him.
The quirky.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen anything relevant related to that crop up.
No.
So like, he's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I think, yeah. I feel like like you said, he's in that same boat as Lich where, and I have said this before, and this was one of my like early copes about knowing I was going to get Ogi Impalement, is I do think Earth is one of those Ellies that can reliably play a mix mash comp. A comp that it Ogis like every other turn or every 2 turns, and then it autos for the rest. I think it actually has a decent amount of support for teams like that, but I just don't know how useful that will be in like Guild War. So it's just like he's kind of like a really like niche pick where he can be useful for stuff like that, but otherwise it's like kind of taken cooked. Anything else to say about him though?
No, I think that's it.
All right, let's skip over this Medusa. Taking Thuo. The main thing I usually say whenever someone's like, "Oh my god, I can't wait to use Luo in Guild War." Guild War don't got a fucking faded chain bar, so
Where's your faded chain bar? This guy sucks in V1.
Yeah.
There's no omens to give him armor. There's no FC to give him stacks. Like you are cooked with this dude in V1.
Yeah. So like he's got a decent kit, but it's just not. It's not really catered for Guild War, to be honest.
No.
Besides the fact that he's taking Okies, I guess. That's about it. So.
Yeah. Technically gives bar on Earth Chain Burst.
Yeah.
So, like if you have nobody else, he'll do, but
yeah. Probably
you'd prefer somebody else for Guild War.
Yeah. Alright, thinking let's skip over this character, bruh. Thinking don't need this one. Thinking Makura, bruh. I mean, okay, so Makura, like, she's obviously good, but I've actually been saying this for a while now. I actually don't know how useful Makura will be for Guild War in particular. I think thinking, like, Bennu brought her back because of the whole thinking, like, crit thing, and, like, yeah. But it's like how you mentioned originally, how she, like, essentially messes up, like, Versusia if you don't play around the fact that she can't TA. And just the fact that a lot of our burst comps are usually like, it's like Folia, Dante, Raziel, Sarasa, Sabrina, Adam, like characters like that, where she just doesn't, it's like, it's not that she's bad for those comps, it's just that you need the other characters more. So it's like, essentially, where do you bring her besides like, I guess like maybe 100 to 200 like full autos that aren't like burst centric full autos. Like I don't know where else you really bring her for. So that's the thing with Makura. Where it's like she's an amazing Tekken character, but it's like for Guild War she's a bit harder to fit in for some comps.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I know towards when Earth Guild was announced, everybody was dooming about not having Makura.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then Bennu came out, and it's like, oh, she's the only way for Magna to get crit. Y'all are cooked. And then all of a sudden, Versusia comes out, and it's like none of that matters anymore. And it's like, oh well, shit. Anyways, like she has an 8 double strike, so it's not like she gets particularly any better in the Glorybringer Mastery's Edge setup with Naru.
Yeah.
Her the most relevant thing in that is that her auto nuke applies defense down, so you don't have to worry about, like, you get free defense down without button presses or summon calls.
Yeah.
For everybody except MC, who has Assassin in that setup, so maybe not that great anyways. But yeah, in terms of Guild War specifically, I think she's just in an awkward spot to like be in the absolute best setups, unfortunately. Outside of Guild War, amazing character, and people are going to be complaining about not having her for years, probably.
1000%. 1000%. She's very good for anything that's like not Guild War, but it's just the Guild War that's kind of sus.
The most relevant thing, I think, is that because Terror doesn't work anymore, you're going to have to see triggers, and Dodge All is an easy way to not have to deal with debuffs.
That is true.
So, you know, if you're doing a setup with her and Super Seedala, you have 2 Dodge All Dispel Cancel skills.
Yeah.
So, it's... I could see something like that of... low button manual mash setups that are not like super optimal, but just kind of use them to ignore the effects of the triggers if they end up being kind of annoying.
Yeah. Also for going on that too, depending on if you're full autoing some of those like 200 or something, she also has the Teking Bale on S2. So that can help you just like walk through stuff. So if there's like a Teking paralysis debuff or something, she can help you avoid that on full auto. So it'll be useful for that as well. Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else to say about her?
Nope.
All right. On to the next. Gonna skip this. Anything with Jamil. I have not used this character. I know some people have come in and been like, "Oh my god, Jamil's sticking king." I've never used this character, so.
He's much better after his rebounds. I think his most relevant usage is just as a perma character option for EX plus OTKs, because the EX plus trigger is random allies, which means that any character with into hiding will never get targeted.
Okay.
And since he never gets targeted, he will always activate his skill at the end of turn when he doesn't take damage. So he's basically just a solid skill auto activator for OTK.
Gotcha. That's kind of funny too, because his seeking weapon has that like plus attack for 8 turns or whatever. So that's also built for like OTK stuff.
The visible buff. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's one weapon we didn't talk about.
Yeah.
Not that it'll probably see use in Primal, but Magna setups where MC is RF or Sumaibito. Sabrina Dagger and Jamil Dagger have the visible buff for attack boosted for first 8 turns.
Yeah. I remember I subtixed this. I think I subtixed him at the start of 2025. And everybody was like, "Why the heck are you thinking doing that?" It was for that weapon.
Yeah.
Because I just didn't have it.
Yeah, because his dagger, I think, was used in the 0 button NM90 that used the strike time setup.
With my boy thinking Rakan, bro.
The setup everybody was dooming over because they said collab characters weren't going to be best in Guild Wars. Look at the setup. And look at where we are with collab characters. But anyways.
Alright, thinking Silva. Maybe Nightmare 250. She just swaps out, I guess.
I think the best one will take too few turns for her to be worth it.
Yeah. I don't know if it'll be worth it either.
Especially with Versusia needing 8 Ogies.
Yeah.
Like the current plan team of Andro, Shalem, Octo, Bhaisa. Everyone double Ogies like every turn. If you have to deal with Silva for the first 3 turns, not double Ogine, that's 3 turns of no Versusia buff.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Can be a little bit.
I think a little too slow.
Yeah.
For hybrid 250 FA, she's a good character to swap into Makura. Because Makura's permanent double strike, you get 2 of the damage taken amplified debuffs and skill nukes. So, like, there's that for people who do FAs on 250.
Yeah. Alright. Speaking Rakan. I'll skip over Rakan, bro. I don't think Rakan's gonna see anything used.
I don't think this guy's getting used.
That's my thinking boy though, bro. Thinking Manamel. She's probably not gonna get used herself. Anything with the crest backline though.
Backline. I mean, we talked about it earlier. There's like no other good 0 button backlines just for pure damage. So like she's an option for that, I suppose.
Yeah,
but,
you might see it.
Or budget EX plus OTKs that use Mana Diver Nuke. That need her. Character herself's not seeing use. Alright.
Medusa. Thinking I'm not gonna start, bro. Not gonna start. Thinking I know people swear up and down that she saved their stuff last Guild War. Maybe this Guild War again, if you're not going all in on the Ogi stuff. She might see use in like 250, 200 again for like their full autos stuff. I don't know. But me personally, I do not see any I won't say any potential use, but like for me personally, I don't see any place where I would be using Medusa personally.
No.
So I'm not really expecting anything. And we did get like taking Bennu and Lich that are now primals.
Bennu, Lich, and Berceau.
Yes, that can help her now, but I still don't know if like her kit's just kind of lacking overall. So don't know how
I've seen some people cope that she will be good because she has can't act instead of terror.
Yeah.
I don't really have that much faith.
Yeah, neither do I.
But you know, if you do like an FA of like Lich and Medusa, maybe
Somebody.
Berceau,
Yeah.
like there's more options this year. Two
Yeah.
of them are decent for FA, so you know that's something. But
yeah, I mean, I guess I could see some type of Ogi comp with her Lich and like maybe like the Exo Dagger, maybe something like that, and then someone else. And I guess one thing, even though Medusa's passive is still stupid, don't even try and get it twisted. But we did just mention with Manamel that there is like less people to put in the back line, so you can kind of be more justified in like fitting primals in the back line. That being said, though, you still almost always want Teking Lobelia, and he's not a primal, so that makes it harder just off rip. But yeah, I mean, I could see her being used by some people. Just probably not me.
Yep.
All right. Shushaku, I'm guessing mostly just backline stuff, right?
Shushaku, my beloved. Yeah, not frontline usage. Give an enmity character no form of undying or guts or anything, and
yeah,
thanks, Psy Games.
Hey, maybe when she gets
please fix her with FOB.
Yeah. All right. Thinking, I really want to skip this character. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Elephant in the room.
Release me from this prison. Peking Raziel, man. I mean, Raziel, she does.
Raziel cannon.
I don't know. She does what she's supposed to do, I guess. Like, the main thing is seeking her S2. Her S2 is seeking good. It's 50% TA team wide. Echo. If you have the yellow stacks, you get the supplemental, which helps her with seeking burst. So it's like that's really good. Don't know how much the S3 is gonna come up in Guild War outside of maybe 200 stuff. I think that's where it was used last Guild War.
The only place I see it this year.
So I don't really know about that. You did mention earlier about the auto nuke. If there's any type of like mashing thing on 250, she could be there just for the auto nuke dispel. I don't know. It's mostly the seeking button. I'm gonna keep it saying.
It's basically S2. you use this character for S2 and 10 yellow stacks, giving her flurry.
Yeah.
That's like the most relevant usage currently.
Yeah. That usage is very relevant though. She is very prolific, but that's
annoyingly so.
Yes. that's what she's here for. Anything else to really say about her though?
Not really. I'm sure you've gone on plenty.
Every stream, bro. Every stream. All right, taking Amelia, Kalulu, Eustace, no, Sabrina. Like some of the 90s, 95s. Sabrina.
Yeah. Amelia for OTK. Sabrina's good for OTK. And probably for some people's 95s. Her issue with Magna is that she needs to be at full HP, and we use a weapon that cuts HP every turn.
Yeah.
So I think it was last year, either the 100 or the 150 rotation, you had to blue pot turn 2 to get her back to full HP, and man, that shit's just it's not good, dude.
Yeah.
But that being said, one of the best like EX plus OTK character options. And actually, a part of Jamil's that I forgot is that he has boosts TA based off of enemy debuffs. So, you know, if you're using Threo or Sidala or Sabrina who auto nuke apply debuffs, it helps with his TA, and he has good TA EMPs. So
yeah,
getting him TA for OTKs is relatively easy, thankfully.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know if we'll see Sabrina in any optimal setups this year.
Yeah, I know people have been slipping in taking Adam a lot, so even in places where which was gonna use Sabrina. So, okay, Olivia. So Olivia, Olivia's seeking
Elephant
good.
in the room number 2.
Yes. The only thing with Olivia though is they're coming after her terror. So her usage may go down because of that. I don't know. I will say for me, Olivia, like, I mean, the terror has always been good, but even then, I feel like in some of the setups I've used in the past, like, because I think last Guild War, it was my 150 was like Raziel Folia Dante. And then my 100 was, I can't remember if she was in my 100. I know it was Raziel came and somebody else, but I can't remember if it was Olivia or not. Or sorry, 200. I can't remember if she was in there or not. But like, she was one of those characters where and I'm probably going to end up doing it again for this tier list when I like do the post Guild War Ramble, is like Olivia's seeking good. And I know people are going to use her, but I don't know how much I'm going to use her personally, just because, especially with the terror being gone, I don't know if this other stuff is going to be useful for me, because I don't necessarily full auto like that. So I don't know.
Yeah, she was super prevalent last Guild War because of the terror and Raziel cannon. You basically got all the turns you needed to set up Raziel cannon, just do Echo Opus main hand, and just not take any damage from the boss because of terror. Yeah, that's gone. I think that's like, I think Olivia stocks are way down this Guild War simply because of that.
Yeah.
In any optimized stuff, you basically have to run Keaton support to be able to get her assassin in any respectable amount of time. Her S3 being a self-tag skill is slow inherently. Like for optimized stuff, she just doesn't do enough. The first 200 preliminary setup I saw was from Big Komatsu doing Olivia and Kaim Raziel cannon. He has since moved on to Fraux and completely dropped Dao, thankfully. And with Versusia, even to the point where he doesn't even click red card skills on Kaim. So it's like drastically cut down on the amount of self-tag skills that setup needs to be able to do 200.
Yeah.
So in optimized stuff, I don't think she'll see any use this Guild War, which is funny considering how prevalent she was last Guild War. And for full auto stuff, like, she's a good selfish damage dealer. The problem is that she's selfish. And Guild War is not really the place for selfish characters outside of optimized burst, simply because the boss hurts and debuffs and buffs suck. So that's kind of it. Yeah. And even if you're doing like optimized full autos, like, again, her S2 buff being needed to recast, like, I dropped her from all my daily FAs a while ago just because it took too long to get her S2 up again without like sacking somebody to bring in Lobelia to cut the cooldown. So she had her year of glory last year, and I think unfortunately she's been sidelined for high-end Earth players now.
This is where being a normal character finally comes in. They finally hit her. She was a thinking surrogate grand for a long time, and now they're like, she's a thinking normal character, bro. Bench her. All right. Uriel, I mean, he's backline. Don't know about how much frontline. I mean, he can still do a lot of thinking damage, but
if you don't care about super optimized stuff and you're just going for low turn count, you cannot deny how much damage he does turn one.
Yeah, he does a lot.
Like, all of his skills hit like nukes, and then he auto casts one of them after normal attacks. If you have
potentially stats, 2 times,
yeah, potentially 2 times. He gives himself GTA. He has Dispel if you save his S3 to manually press like on turn 2 or something. Like, even if you have him backline as like a cleanup unit, he's great for that. So, you know, for general purpose normal people stuff, like, I know Cap hates how much people talk up about Uriel, but I think for normal people, for general usage, he's still like a fairly solid character.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I think, well, maybe not with Bhaisa anymore, but I think the best Grand that we have.
Yeah.
Which
Agreed.
Sucks a little bit, but you know.
Yeah, I think I said it like a couple months ago, but I started with the Uriel rant, but I think at this point I've come to peace. I've come to peace with him. He works where he's supposed to work, and I think he works fine for those places, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So, and he's also just gotten like massively buffed by like other characters like Raziel that we've gotten after his release that make him like way better than he was when he initially came out. So
yeah,
yeah, I'm okay with him. All right, you skip over Catherine. My Babu, dumb Babu.
Shalem the goat.
Shalem. Dude, this is my freaking
rebalance
character.
went insane.
Yeah, I remember when the rebalance came out, or before it came out, people kept asking me like, "What do you want for Shalem?" And the first thing I said was the seal thing, where like I can't remember what it is, but it's like, her seal, like the thing where she doesn't move and then she gets that buff. It only worked on the first CA originally. And I said, why does she have double CA and it doesn't work on both? So that was my main thing. But the other thing that I slipped in right before she got her rebalance was I said, man, I really wish she has some way to give everybody charge bar gain. The reason why I said that was I didn't expect the godhood she would ascend to by doing that. I only did it. I only said that because I had her in team comps for Versusia, and I was like, this would work if she just gave a little bit of charge bar. So please do that. So I slipped that in, and I don't know if they listened to me or what, but she got that joint, and it's so good. It's so good that she gets this extra charge bar. So
amazing. She gives 40% charge bar to everybody after her.
Yes.
Because 10% for normal Ogi plus 10% on her the extra effect, and then she double Ogies every turn. Like, absolutely insane.
Yeah. And then also what they did with like her skills, where it's just like when you have this joint up, it just refreshes these every single turn, which before it was like, it was pretty much everything was kind of like how Field was, where essentially like before, like when you Ogied, everything got like CD reduction, which was good.
Yes.
But like this is like way better because you essentially just always have this stuff now. So it's very nice. What they did with her rebalance. She is risen. The Shalem stonks are through the stratosphere, bro. She's so good now.
She carries so hard in Versusia phase 2.
Yes.
Earth is like the only element that can deal with back-to-back blue skill omens.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, no, she's so good after the rebalance.
Yeah. And also to mention Teking, we talked about before with the Teking dispels seeking potentially up to 6 times if you just press this button and then double Ogi
yourself. So, it's crazy.
It's a lot.
And the one downside of it taking turns to ramp her has like been eradicated with Bhaisa. So
yes, yeah. So she just jumps out. Very nice.
It's so good. If anybody gets changed from that 250 Andromeda team, it's not going to be Shalem.
Yeah, she's real. Like the thing about it is, like I think even if she had gotten everything besides this, I could have been like, yeah, maybe she gets dropped from 250. But this making her part of the battery too, she just does everything. She does damage, she does the spells, she does seeking tanking, she does debuffs, she batteries, she just does it all. She's like she's just ridiculously seeking strong for Ogi. So, yeah, this is my Babu, bro. I think love Shalem. Oh,
so good.
All right, taking Aglavale and Thor, nothing, right?
No.
Okay. All right.
Bunch of nobodies.
Taking Dante. Now, Dante, for the longest time, I said taking Dante's kit is god awful, which it is. But he has the seeking bonus echo, and I do know last Guild War, this was kind of useful for keeping you alive in 150, because I think him in particular, he had an issue with Teking dying. But I have noticed, I mentioned him earlier, in some of the 90s or 95s, I've actually seen people drop Dante in favor of Adam. So they just don't care about the echo, and they just use the attack bonus from Adam instead, and that's more damage for them. Me personally, I tried like that stuff, and Dante was still like a little bit more for me. So I don't know if it's just because I have him ringed. Maybe that's what pushes him above for me. But he's still really good in that taking like Folia, pretty much him, Folia, and then either like Raziel or like Sabrina or like Sarasa, like stuff like that. Like that type of comp. Like him and Folia are like best friends.
Yes.
So that
fixes his issue of not being able to TA.
Yes. So he can actually use a CQ passive.
Freaking dude.
So yeah. But I mean, anything else you had to say about him?
I did not have this character until this Halloween, so I had planned a spark for this dude all year.
Yeah.
And then it comes to Halloween, and thankfully I got him before 300. Because if I had spent my spark on this dude, I would be a little pissed right now, because I don't think I'm gonna use him a single time in Guild Wars.
Yeah.
Just because Magna doesn't have passive A-side echo, so I can just, so if I'm getting a passive echo, I can just get Berceau's instead, and she gives damage cap from her auto nuke to whoever's after her, and gives the TA if I need to take multiple turns. So at least for me, I'm probably not gonna ever use this guy currently. But that being said, that stupid B-side passive echo is still enough that he will continue to stick around like gum on a shoe for 0 button stuff. Depending how much power we get in the future, he might see a comeback as well if we don't need the attack buff from Adam and we do just need more hits. To saturate more damage. He might make a comeback, but yeah, as it is currently, dude's he's on the line to being a fraud, I think.
I will say one final thing on Dante. I mentioned him being best friends with Folia, but he's actually low-key best friends with Raziel too, because he is one of the only characters that has 3 yellow skills. So that also plays into Raziel's getting her supplemental up without actually having to do anything.
That is a notable thing for him. Is one of the few triple yellows. It's like him, the alchemy duo unit, which does nothing remarkable except have GTA.
Leave them alone.
I mean, look, they're good. I wanted them for a long time because of that stupid triple yellow in GTA, and then, but then the 12 General's Wonder came out, and Summer Vicky was all of a sudden super good for 0 button stuff. And like Summer Vicky's the other one that's like triple yellows, but she doesn't attack herself. So yeah, he does have that niche, because as much as we might not want it, I'm sure Raziel's sticking around forever too.
So he's getting side eyes, but he's got his niche.
The break in case of emergency box.
All right, so I'll just mention Benjamin. I guess can be something for potentially an Ogi full auto if you don't have the premier stuff. Yeah, but
he's a good bar gen, and Andy is hype. So you know, one of the few limited sources of actually consistent hype. He's a pretty good budget Ogi FA.
I'll skip down to taking Adam. Again, like I said, I've seen Adam pop up in taking some low button or no button, taking Nightmare 90s and 95s just because of his seeking, was it this thing? The boost of multi-attack and the attack for when he just at starts. So people have been using him for that. That's pretty much it though. He ain't going much further.
Yeah, that's it. His skills are not Nothing to write home about.
But
It's funny. Last January he was used for Millionaire stuff. This January he's used for Guild War because of that damn passive.
Okay, Folia. So Folia is another Tekken character, just like Dante, where her Tekken kit is also dog water, except for one Tekken thing. This thing. Now the big elephant in the room for Folia though is we're pretty okay on what, like 90, 95, but after that, this thing, this thing probably isn't gonna hit. And
she is the 95 queen.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, because she needs, even though she has this assassin, this thing has to land for it to affect. It doesn't just work naturally. So yeah, but
the absolute terror in the back of my mind if they make 95 immune to terror.
Yeah.
Everybody's
got to swap
scrambling
stuff,
to get a new 95 setup all of a sudden.
I don't think they will though. I think if they were gonna do that, I think they would have because she is supposed to get like her EMP thing, and a lot of people are speculating that this is gonna make it so that this assassin just works in general or something like that. But I think if they were gonna mess up everybody's setup, they probably would have done that before the Guild War. But the fact that it's coming after makes me think that it's probably going to work for that stuff, but the expected stuff where it drops off is probably still just going to drop off.
Yeah.
So yeah, 90 and 95, that's her deking stuff. Any of these characters down here before I move to this page?
I like to give a shout out to Yaya for budget Ogi setups.
Okay.
She auto activates heal and debuff clear on enemy special. She has a dispel on Ogi. She can give MC instant charge bar, CA reactivate, and she gets a bunch of extra bar from MC Ogi. So even if she's low bar, but MC can get off bar to Ogi every turn, like she'll shoot up and charge bar just from MC Ogi. So you know, safe full auto character.
As you can see, I've never used a Sieg character, so
I mean, yeah.
All right. So we talked about Makura already a little bit, just mostly like the OTK stuff that she could be potentially useful in.
Yep.
I don't know if there's really anything else.
She was used last year as part of the Tezcat team.
Oh yeah, I guess that is true because she does have to swap.
I have mixed feelings on whether we'll see a team like that this year. I'm leaning more towards no, just because of how strong Andromeda will be. That even if there is a theoretical team that could match it, it just won't be worth it compared to Andromeda. So
I'm of the same.
Pretty much just a low button OTK character. I think in past years she's been used for like 100 FA just because of the team-wide double strike. But
okay.
Yeah, that's about it for her.
All right. Galleon is pretty much the same thing, right? Galleon was in the Tezcat thing before too, I think.
Yep. And that S3 or that S1 buff is kind of nutso.
Yeah. And
her own self S3 buff is also kind of nutso. It's like 100% damage cap.
Yeah.
She gives to herself. Like you need a character that you could just stack a shit ton of raw on and have do assassin level autos just randomly. It's probably Galleon. It's just you don't have any way to get that much raw on her.
I don't know if she'll really get used for Guild War either.
I don't think so.
Oh.
Like if you have her know their options, like
yeah. Oh, okay. I want to skip down to Sadala, but these feel like elephants, but I don't know if they're like baby elephants in the form of Ilnot and Kukuro, because it's like they exist and they can be potentially useful, but I don't really see anything for them. Maybe Kukuro for like some low button thing, but Ilnot, it's like not really. So
Kukuro's most relevant usage is 3 red skills if you're trying to get Raziel to
Yeah.
10 red stacks. Like I've seen a couple tag only EX pluses that use her.
Yeah.
So Raziel auto nukes,
Mm-hmm.
but that's kind of it.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't see any use otherwise. Umas have GTA and 3 yellows.
Okay. I think I actually did see a setup with the Ubas.
Yeah, they always get brought up during EX Plus characters, and people like me who didn't play during the collab cry.
Alright. Diantha, I guess, could be backline for your MC. Don't know how prevalent that will be though, but that does exist. Sadala's Sadala and Super Sadala. We know about the Super Sadala stuff with like Komatsu, some of the burst stuff.
Yep.
I'm not entirely sure about normal Sadala for anything. Maybe it's like an Ogi option ?
Like 200, 250 FA character. Like she fits into that category of like Earth has a weird number of characters who are like good in mixed setups where like you Ogi some turns and not other turns.
Yeah.
And she happens to work in those. But I think for Guild Wars, Super Sadala is the much more relevant version of her.
Yeah.
Even if you're not sacking her purely for her S3, which might I just add is weird that stays up when she's dead, when like every other character with a similar debuff recently, like Satyr has they've made sure to make it go away when they die after the chicken debacle. But if you're not sacking her, I think Super Sadala is actually a pretty good burst option. I mean, GTA gives herself double strike and unique echo, and her S3 buff is fairly strong.
Yeah.
People who don't have Makura, Super Sadala is a form of dodge all and dispel cancel. So, you know, if you just need a panic button to ignore 50% doing anything to your team, like she's got that.
Yeah.
The biggest issue is that she bricks herself after 5 skill presses, which is normally means that you get 2 casts of S1 and S3. But if you're using the S2 to ignore a trigger, then suddenly you only get either a second S1 or a second S3.
Yeah, I do want to just bring up again what I said a couple times during the stream is seeking. Super Sadala does have that taking double strike and GTA, so she can help make up for Makuro Nechan, who cannot Tekken TA. So that can be useful for Versusia related stuff. But yeah, I mean, you may
that
see
150.
Go ahead. No, that was all I had.
I was gonna say that 150 team I showed earlier with Bennu, I had tested with Super Sadala, and it's like very slightly less damage than Bennu. So I think it could be adapted. I feel like she'll have more of a raw issue in the actual fight against defense, because Bennu has stupid steroids on turn 1, whereas she has less of that. But still pretty decent burst option for non-super optimized stuff.
Yeah, not bad. Satyr, I know people have been holding on to Satyr's leg for like taking 4 Guild Wars, but I think, you know, probably like even last skill where I remember using her a bit in the Andromeda spam thing, but I think we've gotten, assuming you have everything, I think we've gotten enough Ogi options that she can finally be laid to rest. I know I'll probably still see her from some people's comp. Somebody will say Satyr can save my comp. She saved my 250, but I think if you have everything else, she kind of loses that niche. Yeah.
She's a safe option.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Any of these characters down here? Any of these 8?
Everyone always talks about Antheria.
Yeah.
About the looming threat of Antheria. I know Quattro made a Sumaibito setup that used her that I questioned why he used her instead of literally anyone else. But that's beside the point. I think she has more use in other elements than her own.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. I think the most recent thing that I actually used Anthuriel for, I can't remember how the setup worked, but it was that setup for records on the Nightmare 150, I think. There was something that you did there that she was actually useful for. I think it was just the fact that she double striked like consistently or something like that. I don't know. But
Interesting.
I don't know if that's going to be anything Guild War related. That's the most recently I've used her.
Not. If they hadn't changed FO, I would say that there was that subby setup that used her to give her buff to MC, where MC Ogies every turn.
Yeah.
To just ignore everything, but I think that setup's a bit dead.
Yeah. All right. Anybody before Naru? Monica, I guess, is also a Benjamin type thing. Where it's like you could use it if you need an Ogi, but besides that,
Ogi
any
support.
of these 8.
The Alchemy Duo for Raziel button colors for OTK.
My babies.
If you're starving for things. Regular Dante, technically similar thing. He auto nukes and has 2 yellows for Raziel, but like that's it.
Yeah. Okay.
I know Sandy was used in a couple full autos last year. Of purposefully having somebody die to like 50% or 35%, and having Sandy come in to full dispel.
Oh, okay.
So, like, that's always an option. I don't think it's a very good option because he also removes your buffs, but you know, it's a thing that we saw last Guild War technically.
Yeah. Okay. All right, King Naru. So you got this character recently, right?
I got this character recently, and in a bit similar position as Dante. I don't know if I'm gonna use her.
Still one of our, if not our best, like just straight up burst character for damage. She has to press 2 buttons though, but she do a lot of damage.
That is the main problem. She has to press 2 buttons, and she only has 1 yellow for Raziel.
Yes. Yeah.
Honestly, I think this is the only character keeping Hrunting Burst alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
If it wasn't for her, Hrunting Burst would be in a lot more of a precarious position, I feel.
Yeah, because that ticking double strike that you can give with Glorybringer helps her a lot too, by extension. So, yeah.
But basically, having to press 2 buttons kinda sucks. So, in the future, it might finally, after like 8 years, finally retire her. Maybe not. We'll see.
We'll finally get a burst character. I'm begging, please. I'm on my knees, bro. Alright, picking any of these characters. I know Lobelia backline.
Talk about plenty.
Pengy, like OTK stuff, I guess.
Yeah. Pengy's the Captain I call her, the war never changes. OTK character. Yeah. He's always around. GTA skill nuke, that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Jessica, I know some people have used as a budget Raziel.
I did see that. Yes.
So, you know, that's an option for people. Kane got his rebalance and has FA potential.
Yeah. People are looking to this skill, potentially.
Yeah, his S4 basically just lets you ignore any omen or any special attack that you want, and then immediately dispelling stuff and resetting his S2 that gets enhanced version is like... Because that's always a thing in Guild War, right? You take 50% and then you have to like re-debuff and reset up before getting back into the groove of things. So I think his use case is expediting that, of like 50% happens and you're like immediately ready to go again.
Yeah. I don't know. I've tried him a couple times.
He's better.
Stuff. Yeah, I mean, anything was better than what anything was better than not getting used at all. So. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe situationally useful, maybe as like a budget option, but
definitely a budget option.
Yeah. I don't think
the fact that his S4 has the ready in 3 turns, like he's not even gonna get using optimal stuff.
Yeah. Also, I do want to mention X Naru rebalance. I've joked a couple times that since Naru is now in the main story, I feel like it's likely she'll probably get another grand, and I think it would be really freaking funny if this Naru lasts until they release another Naru grand, and that Naru grand is just Earth, and that's the only thing that can beat Naru.
I told Cap last year the only thing that power creeps Holiday Naru for burst is another Naru. Simply because you can't run them both in the same team.
Exactly.
Like that's it at this point. So
just in the future potentially. All right,
yeah.
Kicking Came. I know there was frontline stuff with him for 200 before. I can't really remember what he's being used for now. Frontline.
It's still the only 200 setup that I've seen that like I'd put money on is the big Kamatu one, which sacks Super Sidala and another sack into Razion came to accompany Threo, and then you were turn skipping the turn he comes in to be able to use double deal the next turn. And it basically means that you don't have to use support Keaton to get Raziel S3 up.
Yeah.
And that's kind of all he's there for.
Yeah.
It's literally, he is a vessel to get Raziel S3 up without using Keaton.
It's all about teaking Raziel, bro. Teaking selfish.
Yep.
Selfish.
Pretty much.
I mean,
there's the Dow version of that setup that used his assassin S4 and his red card self tag, but that's like disgustingly clicky.
I don't know, besides that, and maybe like backline if you're playing game, then that's about it for him.
Not a whole really.
Any of these characters down to Alexiel?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Bunch of nobodies.
Alexiel potentially 250, but again, I feel like she's kind of in the sadder camp where it's like you have the better Ogi characters, you probably won't use her. She got kind of pretty much her and Satyr kind of got used last Guild War for the Ogi thing just because they gave Barge in, but now you have other characters that give the Barge in, so.
She's good if you don't have the best stuff. But she takes 5 turns minimum to ramp. She has to click a skill every turn. It's a little slow.
Okay. Guessing nothing for Alethea. So Octo?
Nope. Octo the DPT GOAT.
Yes.
This guy strong. That we can't get away of. The biggest one-note character that just makes it work of doing so much damage that it's hard to replace him. It does so much damage.
Oh, yeah.
Any 250 Ogi team wants this guy.
Yeah. I assume it's probably going to be. It's probably going to be like Octo Shalem X. That's kind of my expectation. For the 250. Just whoever that third person is, but those two probably stay.
And aside from how much damage he does, the Veil and Dispel cancel every turn. Like indispensable in Guild War.
Also double Ogi character, so also helps play into the Versusia thing too. So very strong. Okay, I'm guessing I haven't seen anything with Ire dying yet, so gonna guess nothing for these two.
No.
Let's skip Sarasa for a second. Any of these characters, I want to end on Sarasa because she's my baby. Any of these characters, aka Arlumayo.
Aru's like another safe option for Ogi stuff. She gives team bar when she Ogis. She has the massive water defense up when enemy has full diamond. I mean, she's basically Luo, but for V1. Honestly, a little bit in terms of the survivability she brings to the team, but like nothing. Definitely not like anywhere close to like the premier options. I don't remember which sister it is. The Melua,
Oh yeah, Mellow.
Nemane's sister.
Mm.
She has the similar passive to Dante, where she gives B-side passive echoes, but only to Saber and Earth characters.
Mm-hmm.
Or sorry, Saber and Axe characters.
Yeah.
So.
Oh no, Spear and Axe characters.
Oh, is it Spear? Oh,
Yeah.
Spear and Axe. My bad.
Mm.
So there's that option. I have seen an EX Plus that uses her as part of a no seasonal
I think I saw that too.
EX Plus. Yeah, the one Linus made.
Mm.
So like, I guess that's a notable shout out. But yeah, that's it.
Okay. And you remember Razia because I'm a Razia simp wyvern, so I brought her up, but I don't think she's gonna get used. I don't think she's gonna get used though.
All I know, I don't have her. All I know about her is that she has somewhat desirable skill colors for Raziel.
She tank and counter.
And she has 4 skills.
That's what she do. She tank and counter, and she also does like the She has what's it? This one, the amp thing. So that can be useful, I guess. But again, I don't think she's gonna get really used. All right, finishing off with Teking Sarasa. So Sarasa, I mean, I saved her for last, but Teking, she's only really in like that one comp. Well, I guess to be fair though, she does show up in like, yeah, she is in like the 90-95 stuff, and this is the reason why I brought up before. People always ask me whenever they see my stuff, why the heck do you got Teking Sarasa on stamina? Because Seeking sometimes she gets used at full HP for low button stuff. And she's really strong, honestly, and you want that because it's hard to Teking, like you mentioned before, it's hard to cap her stuff.
Yeah.
So that stamina is kind of useful.
Absolute normal attack queen.
Yeah.
In terms of if you get the conditions right, she just shits out damage.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny when the Earthrise Records of the 10 happened and people were saying what they wanted for Thrail Radiance. The thing that I wanted that I knew she wouldn't get was some sort of boost when she's at max HP or not in red. Particularly triple attack.
Oh yeah, that is also that's the reason why I got like this type of ring too for the TA.
Yeah,
because that is an issue in some of those comps.
This like it's funny that her kit is so focused on her being in red, but one of her most consistent relevant uses has been low button
max
OTK
HP
stuff that doesn't get her into red.
Yeah, she does get a little bit of help if you run her with like Folia, because that gives you the GTA.
Right.
But yeah, if you're trying to run her in a non-Folia comp or a non-Raziel comp, either one of those, then that's where it can be an issue for the TA. But yeah, I mean, now I think about it, yeah, she is in a decent amount of comps because she can be used for the low button stuff and for some of the bursting thing, because she still does get access to like this tri-strike if you play around with it. So
yeah, and like that Sumai setups at second Sidala, like you also have a defense down artifact on Thrail and get her to red, so your first ground zero is instant triple strike. So yeah, good character. Probably be decent for like 200 FAs. Like the S4 change, pretty good.
Yeah, honestly. All right. Anything else to say about Sarasa or any other character?
No, I don't think so. I think we covered them all.
Yeah. That's a long ramble, bro. Well, I think this is the longest one to date. I was looking back because I was trying to plan it. I told you about the indecisive time because I gotta run and get something to eat after this. But I was thinking about the time and I looked back and I was like, I think DY's might have been the longest one. So I looked back. His was like 3.5 hours, I think. And I was like, okay, so I can probably expect 3.5 hours. Seeking 4.5 hours, bro. Yeah, that's
something about Earth players.
Yeah. But I mean, that's pretty much all I got. Do you have any Teking closing statements or anything you want to Teking shill or shout out or anything like that, any other place again besides like your Twitter that you want to link people to, or anything you want people to know about?
Check the wiki. Well, maybe not right now. The wiki's been having some connection issues.
Oh, really?
The site I've been is pulling out her hair over, so sorry to Liz. Hopefully it's better for Guild War, but we are trying to do, Umiken DY and I are trying to do a big update to the Magna pages on the wiki. Hilo already mentioned earlier they did a big update to the primal pages in terms of the recommended weapons and everything, kind of giving that a gloss over and get it up to date. Other thing, just general thing that I feel like I'm obligated to is the big Magna shell, is that I will remind people that going primal is not an inherent part of the game.
Yeah.
And is not like a necessity to go primal to get to super optimized high level stuff.
Yeah.
And that there is no shame to being Magna and optimizing Magna.
Yeah. And unless
I probably have faster Magna FAs than a lot of primal players for daily FAs and stuff. So, you know,
kinda true.
It can be done.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean that's all I got. Thank you a lot
for having me on.
Yeah, thanks a lot for joining. This has been a doozy. I wasn't sure how it was gonna be with the Magna stuff, because again, you were the first person that's focused on Magna like at all that I've invited on. So
yeah.
Thank you for doing that, and thanks for hanging with me for almost 5 hours.
Thanks for inviting me. I had a great time.
Good. Okay.
Glad I can spread my message to the people.
Yes. Again, Cajun's Twitter is in the description for this, and it'll be in the description for the video as well. So, yeah. That's pretty much it for me. Like I said, I'm not gonna stream anymore. I'll stream tomorrow for Teaking Artifacts. I gotta go eat, bro. So.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
Yeah, it sure is. Log in.
My least favorite day.
Let's go hit some Teaking Galleons that don't show up in the Teaking Party Finder.
Yep. Awesome.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna Teaking. Let's see if there's anybody that Teaking host or anything. I don't know. Probably not. I have this running thing. I don't know what it is. Like, for some reason, whenever I have like the most viewers on a stream, there's no one to Teaking host. So, I don't know why it always happens, but it does happen. Okay, there is the Seeking Ragus. So I'll send you guys to Teaking Ragus when I end this. But yeah, I am Teaking Audi 5000. So
yeah, I also need to go eat.
Yes,
I have food waiting downstairs.
Okay. All right, go enjoy, and thank you again for joining.
Thank you. Good luck with Guild War, everyone.
Yes, you too. All right, bye.